Charlie and the Missing Father by Carson Hughes. Read by Rijen Laine. Dedicated to Charlie Elizabeth and Hugh Lewis Frederick Smith Jr. Like most children, Charlie was born without shoes on. Unlike most children, she would never develop a liking for them. Having her toes free from the prison of shoes was one of her top priorities in life. She truly was a wild child. Chapter 1. Charlie and the Three-Headed Tree. 68 days before Father goes missing. Charlie was lying on the floor of her bedroom. Her eyes were full of excitement. In front of her was a great big book, opened to the halfway point she had just reached. This book was a present from Grandfather, given to her a few weeks prior on her 10th birthday. Reading was a challenge for Charlie, because she would read a paragraph and by the time she got halfway through the next one, she had completely forgotten everything from the one before. So, she would have to read it again. Despite this difficulty, reading was one of her favourite things to do because she loved stories so much. She had stories happening in her head at almost all times. While climbing to the tops of trees, while eating breakfast, while taking a bath, and even while reading books, she would create side stories for the characters. It also happened while having conversations with others. Charlie would unintentionally stop listening to them because stories appeared in her head without invitation. Speaking of trees, there was no shortage of them for her to climb because the small 3-bedroom house that Charlie lived in with her parents and grandparents just so happened to be in the centre of an orchard filled with thousands of cherry trees. And just past their orchard was a forest that seemed to never end. The only thing she enjoyed as much as stories was exploring. Exploring the forest specifically, the river, trees, wild berries, bears, birds, squirrels, deer, moss, mud, danger. The forest had everything. Charlie had spent a fair amount of time exploring the forest with her family, whom she loved very much. But lately, she preferred exploring on her own, although that came with limitations. There was a 2-mile stretch of trail at the beginning of the forest that led to a cluster of 3 giant fir trees, each over 100 feet tall. They were so close together that they looked like one strange 3-headed tree. Charlie knew she wasn't allowed to go further than these trees when she was by herself. She did not like this limitation and had a plan to do something about it. After flipping to the next page in her great big book, at that moment, as she had done many times before in the middle of reading a sentence, Charlie realised she wanted to be doing something else. This time, that something else was finding Father and demanding she be allowed to explore the forest beyond the 3-headed tree. She enjoyed doing many things, and for some reason, her brain often told her to do the next thing before she finished the current thing. Charlie liked to listen to her brain. So, she closed her book, got to her feet, and ran. Chapter 2. Grandmother. But before she got out of the front door, she saw Grandmother at the kitchen counter making strawberry jam. Grandmother had short, curly hair and large glasses that took up a third of her face, and she was very short. 5 foot nothing. Without slowing down, Charlie said, "Good morning, Grandmother." "Good morning, Charlie. What's 12 times 13? Grandmother was her teacher, and she didn't like to make her sit all day to learn. She preferred to explain small amounts here and there throughout the day, and then test her randomly. Charlie put her hand on the doorknob and looked back at Grandmother with a smile. Her smile had a hint of thinking in it. 156. Charlie turned the knob and opened the door a crack, then asked, "Grandmother?" "Yes, Charlie?" "Do you think I'm old enough to go past the three-headed tree by myself?" Grandmother's answer, which took no time at all to come out, was exactly what it was for any questions like it. "That's not a question for me. Go ask your parents." A disappointed but not at all surprised Charlie said, "Okay. But before you go, how do you spell inconvenient?" Charlie opened the door a little further. INCONVEN. She tilted her head the way that dogs do sometimes, then finished with IENT. "Good job." "Thank you, love you." Charlie said it so fast that it sounded like one word, and she was out the door before finishing the second U. Chapter 3. Mother. Mother was in the middle of the yard doing a handstand, but not a typical handstand. Maybe from hips to hands was typical, but she moved her legs slowly and well controlled into various positions in the air that might make you ask, how is she doing that? She was very flexible, and 9 times out of 10, if you saw her, she would likely be in the middle of a handstand, a flip of some kind, or a bendy something or other. Charlie admired Mother's abilities, hoping one day she would be just as good at those kinds of things. When not being bendy, Mother was 5.5 feet tall and had long, light brown hair that reached her hips. As she passed her, Charlie said, "Bye, Mother. I'm going on an adventure." Mother pushed off the ground with her hands and placed her feet gracefully on the grass. In a kind but serious way, she said, "Not without your shoes, you aren't." Charlie stopped. Over the years, she had learned when to pick her battles. Charlie slowly turned around and walked back toward the front door, dragging her feet as if she hoped her mother would change her mind. Or maybe she just couldn't control her irritation. Charlie loved her mother, but hated not being able to make her own decisions. She noticed something just below Mother's ankle and changed her mind about something. Maybe this was a battle worth having. Charlie looked up at Mother, and though she meant to say it playfully, she sharply said, "You don't have shoes on either." Sounding firm yet kind, Mother said, "Watch your tone." Her expression softened, and she added, "Also, I'm in the yard. If I were going into the forest, I'd be wearing shoes." Charlie didn't accept Mother's response in her mind, but she obeyed. And she didn't bother asking about going past the three-headed tree because she knew Mother would say no. Mother didn't even want her to go into the forest at all by herself. Father had to convince her. Charlie ran back in the house and returned with her shoes on. "Love you," she said as she ran past Mother, who was doing slow back handsprings. "Love you, Charlie. Be careful out there." "I will." "I mean it. The world can be a dangerous place." Charlie didn't agree that the world was a dangerous place. Or at least, she didn't agree that danger was as bad as it sounded. She replied with, 10-4, which she had got from her father, who had learned it from his father. It meant message received. Mother got a little louder now that Charlie was further away. Don't do anything unsafe. Charlie looked back over her shoulder while running and yelled, Got it! When Charlie was too far away to hear Mother's safety recommendations, she spotted a few big and ready-to-eat strawberries in Grandmother's garden. She didn't come to a stop, but she slowed down enough to yank a couple strawberries off their stems as she ran behind the shed. Charlie rarely disobeyed her parents, but as she got older, she started finding ways to justify rebellious actions. In this case, she knew Mother said to wear shoes. But Mother hadn't said for how long. Behind the shed, Charlie opened the lid of a wooden box that was up against the building. She took her shoes off and set them in the box and said, Goodbye, my friends. I'm sure I'll need you someday. Charlie closed the box, turned around, and ran through her cherry orchard. Before she got far, Charlie noticed a ladder leaning up against one of the cherry trees, and she stopped running. 2 feet could be seen on the highest visible rung of the ladder, but the rest of the person was lost in the leaves. Those feet belonged to Grandfather, and they were far from ordinary. Chapter 4. Grandfather. Grandfather was just over 6 feet tall, completely bald on top, with short hair on the sides and back of his head, and a clean-shaven chin. He was born with only 3 toes on his right foot and 2 toes on his left foot. Grandfather would tell Charlie all kinds of stories, and she loved them all. Some were true stories of adventures that Grandfather had experienced himself, and others were made-up stories about dragons, mermaids, the purple gumpus, and so many more. Charlie's favourite game to play with Grandfather was one where she would have him close his eyes while she drew a picture on his palm with her finger, and he would have to guess what she drew. They played that game almost daily. She climbed to the top of the tree, using its branches, not the ladder, and said, Good morning, Grandfather. Grandfather was currently near the top of the ladder, picking cherries and putting them in the big basket that was strapped across his chest. Good morning, Charlie. Charlie looked down in his basket excitedly. Are the cherries already ready? Just this tree. He pointed to the next tree over. And that one. It's a different variety than the rest. Those will be ready in a few weeks. Charlie reached into his basket, grabbed a cherry. Oh yeah, I think I remember these. And popped it into her mouth. These are great. Why do we have only 2 trees of this variety? Charlie asked. The other 9,998 trees are a popular variety that we can sell to stores. These 2 are just a lesser-known variety. They're special. Charlie spit the pip out and watched it drop to the ground. Why are they special? He pondered. That's a story for another time. Charlie gave him a playful glare. No fair, she muttered. But she was used to it. Grandfather had told her some variation of that's a story for another time more times than she could count. Grandfather? She asked. Charlie? Grandfather asked back. Do you think I'm old enough to go past the 3-headed tree by myself? He didn't have to think long to come up with his answer. Charlie could have asked if he thought she was old enough to sail a boat across the Pacific Ocean on her own, and the answer would have been the same. And so he said, "I don't see why not." "I feel the same way. I hope Father agrees with us." "So, have you come to help me pick cherries?" Grandfather asked. Charlie grabbed another cherry out of his basket and popped it into her mouth. "Not today. I'm on a mission." She grinned big, revealing a little cherry mess in her teeth. "Thanks." As Charlie climbed down the tree, Grandfather said, "Be careful out there. A few minutes ago I heard what sounded like a purple gumpus coming from the forest." Charlie smiled knowingly, jumped to the ground and said, "Thanks for the warning, Grandfather. I'll be on the lookout," and then was back to running through the orchard. Charlie reached the last row of cherry trees in the orchard and came to a sudden stop, trying to catch her breath. She spotted Father, who was bald and had a big bushy beard, digging around a white pipe that was near a tree. Chapter 5. Father. She knew what he was doing, but asked about it for the sake of small talk. "Fixing the irrigation?" "Yep. This darn pipe keeps leaking." Father noticed Charlie's feet. "Barefoot? Nice." He smiled with approval. Unlike Mother, Father wanted Charlie to be wild and dangerous, and he especially thought running barefoot was great. Charlie smiled at his approval of her barefootedness. Father went back to digging. "You off on an adventure?" "Yep." "Want me to join you? Or is this a solo adventure?" "Solo today." Throughout her childhood, Charlie had a handful of wilderness adventures with Mother and many with Grandfather. Any adventures with Grandmother were in the garden, the kitchen, or the sewing room. But most of Charlie's time in the forest was by Father's side. At age 8, she started going on solo adventures. That was when she realized that she liked being alone with her thoughts. This change was hard for Father, but he also loved seeing the independent person she was becoming. "Father," she said as a question while stretching out "ah," the way one might subconsciously do when deep down they're pretty sure the answer to their follow-up question will be a no. Knowing her well, he let go of the pipe and mentally prepared before saying, "Yes, Charlie?" "You know how I turned 10 recently?" "Yes, I think I remember that happening." "Well," she held her hands behind her back and swayed side to side, not making eye contact. "Since I'm older and wiser and such now, can I explore farther than the three-headed tree by myself?" "Charlie." When he said her name, she finally made eye contact. "You are older. You are very responsible and trustworthy. And I doubt there are many 10-year-olds in this world who know as much as you do about wilderness survival." She beamed with pride. Charlie couldn't believe he was actually going to let her go farther. She pictured that first step past the three-headed tree, followed by dreamlike images of the forest being wildly different just past that point, even though she knew it wasn't. "But it's best to have someone with you when you're that far out." Charlie's dreams were crushed, and her pride fell away. "Father, you're treating me like a 9-year-old." "You are 10. "Exactly. I was 9 last year." "You were 9 last month." "You're missing the important part of this, Father. I'm 10 now. I'm not a kid anymore. I should be able to make my own decisions." He scratched the back of his neck and said, "Maybe you can go farther when you're 12. Her jaw dropped as low as it could. 12? 12? It's only 2 years away. 2 years? 2 years is like 10 years. Father tilted his head. I don't know what that means, but I love you. She scowled at that, but a playfulness showed up shortly after the scowl began. I hope this doesn't ruin your day. It's just not time yet. What was your plan for today, aside from passing the three-headed tree? There's no fun in planning, she said, while walking backward toward the forest. Have fun. Don't break your neck. Charlie rolled her eyes. He continued. The rest of your bones are fair game, but don't break your neck. 10-4, she yelled, now that she was a ways away. Father didn't need to mention this. He had told her not to break her neck, but that the rest of her bones were fine so many times that she would likely never forget. But still, he couldn't help reminding her every few months or so, and would probably continue reminding her for the rest of his life. At the end of Charlie's cherry orchard, there was a narrow dirt road that ran the whole length of the orchard and beyond. On the other side of the dirt road was wilderness, a forest that went on forever as far as Charlie knew. She had hiked in pretty far with Father, but had never reached the end, if there even was one. Near the opening of the forest, she saw Scott the horse eating some vegetation. He must have heard Charlie walking up, because he lifted his head and whinnied happily. Good morning, Scott the horse. Scott the horse said nothing in return, most likely because he is a horse. Chapter 6. Scott the horse. He was a reddish-brown colour, with a stripe of white down the front of his face, and the lower portion of both right legs were white as well. Charlie put both of her hands on Scott's cheeks and pressed her forehead against his, then closed her eyes and smiled. She gave him a big hug around his neck and asked, Are you going to let me ride you today? He gave Charlie no indication that he understood her or that he wanted to grant her request. She also wouldn't know where to start, since he was huge and had no saddle. She thought to herself, maybe someday. Charlie gently petted the stripe down the bridge of his nose and said, You better be careful out there. There are bears in this forest. Oh, and Grandfather said he heard a purple gumpus out here too. Then, as she walked away down the trail, she yelled, Goodbye, Scott the horse. Charlie ran for a while, walked for a while, skipped for a while. At one point, she walked backward, just to see how far she could go before walking into a tree. Birds would whistle, and she would whistle back. For the first couple of miles into the forest, there were trails that had been created mostly by Charlie and Father walking the same paths over and over. But on rare occasions, strangers explored this part of the forest too. She reached the three-headed tree and stared up at its magnificence that never ceased to amaze her. Even if there were 25 Charlies standing on each other's shoulders, they still couldn't reach the top. Then she looked at all the possible trails she could take if she were allowed to go beyond this point. What's one more step? Chapter 7. The Magnolia Tree. But, of course, she wouldn't take it. Not yet. In anger, Charlie grabbed a small branch on the tree and tried to break it off. It was as stubborn as she was and wouldn't break. She was strong, but that branch wasn't ready to let go. Charlie was just happy nobody witnessed her attempt. With there being nothing left for her here, she turned her back to the three-headed tree and its still attached branch and headed toward home. Charlie hadn't gone far when she spotted something unexpected and decided to veer off the trail. She was allowed off the trail as long as she kept it in sight, so anything she could see from the trail was fine to explore. She pushed past the branches of many big bushy bushes and carefully lifted long bramble vines out of her way. It wasn't long before she felt squishy ground beneath her bare feet. It had been raining for the good part of a week, and she could feel mud squeeze between her toes. Charlie loved that feeling. A few more steps, and there it was. About 30 feet tall, with a 30-foot branch span. The flowers on this magnolia tree were about the size of Charlie's head, each with about 5 huge white petals folded inward, making close to a perfect circle. All of the few people who knew Charlie gave her flowers quite often. She would look at these gifted flowers, smile and say things like, "Thank you," and "It's beautiful," and "I love them." Charlie wasn't lying. She did love them, in a way. But this was not the same kind of love that she felt for the flowers she found herself. Because for her, the love was in the adventure of finding. This magnolia tree was no exception. There were only a dozen or so of these massive flowers scattered on the tree. She felt that the lower flowers were the tree giving her a beautiful gift, but that the furthest flower up and out was the tree giving her an adventure. Charlie wrapped her arms around the trunk. They only made it halfway around, then placed her ear against the bark and closed her eyes and listened for a heartbeat. It may not have sounded like a human heart, and there may not have been a real sound at all, but whatever she heard made her smile. She looked up, spotted the flower she wanted. It was about 15 feet up and 10 feet out, and started climbing. This tree was made for climbing. The first branch wasn't too high, like some trees' first branches. All the branches were as big and sturdy as branches could be, while also being a good gripping size for 10-year-old hands. And, most importantly, this tree didn't have sap. Sap can ruin any climbing experience. Once she was standing on the lowest branch, Charlie used it to scrape the mud off the bottom of her feet. She climbed quickly and gracefully. Not 10 seconds had gone by and she reached her target height. She could see the flower across from her, but it still felt far away. Climbing up is one thing. Climbing out is another. She started to second-guess her flower choice, then, instantly, shoved that silly idea deep down in a hidden cupboard in her mind and took a step. Her feet were on one branch, and her hands were holding on to one above her. The first few feet of traversing obviously felt fine, but the next few caused the branch she stood on to bend. Charlie looked back at the safe trunk of the tree, then at the flower. She took one more step, which made the branch bend farther. She reached out and grabbed the flower by its stick of a stem and carefully tried to snap it loose from the tree. After 4 bends, it snapped, and she had it in her hand. Just then, she felt something on her hand that wasn't holding the flower. She looked up and saw a very large spider. Charlie let go of the branch, shook the spider off. Then she remembered, as she started to fall, that her other hand was holding the flower, which meant that neither of her hands were holding onto the tree. She frantically reached back for the branch, but her feet slid down, and a sharp, broken branch cut into the bottom of her left foot. No part of her was touching the tree anymore as she fell toward the ground. It took only 6 seconds from first seeing the spider to her hitting the ground. But somehow, she had time to think about how strange her reaction was. She liked spiders just fine, yet she felt the instinct to shake it off. During those few seconds, she couldn't help but worry about the spider she had sent to its death. Then, Charlie hit the ground. Luckily for her, the ground wasn't too hard. She landed on the mud that she had walked through to get to the tree. Charlie landed on her left side, and her right arm was sticking straight up to the sky, still holding the magnolia flower. She opened her eyes and saw a spider walking on top of the mud, right in front of her. Charlie smiled a smile of relief. Then she looked at the flower she was still holding onto and smiled a smile of success. She didn't want to set the flower down because she was excited to show it to Mother and didn't want to ruin it. So she used her free hand to stand up in the mud. After taking a couple steps, she realized that the cut on the bottom of her foot was worse than she had thought, but decided there was no point in looking at it because both of her feet were covered in mud. Her walk home was taking much longer than usual, and it was starting to get dark. The pain from the cut forced Charlie to put more of her weight on the outside of that foot. After a while, she had to shift her weight to her toes, and before long, she couldn't handle the pain anymore and fell to her knees. Charlie wasn't scared, but she also wasn't sure how to get home if she couldn't walk. She thought, "I wish Scott the horse would let me ride him. I'd be home in no time. And maybe I could crawl home using only my arms." But she was more than a mile away and could probably only crawl half the distance she thought she could. She looked at her surroundings and knew, if I could only walk, I'd be able to make a shelter and just stay in the forest overnight. But if I could walk, I wouldn't need to build a shelter. Could I build a shelter without walking? Startled by a noise, she looked up and saw that someone was walking toward her on the path. She tried squinting, but that didn't help her figure it out either. "Are you okay?" Chapter 8. Night. Said the calm and unmistakable voice of Grandfather. Charlie got to her feet slowly, took a step, winced, and said, "Yep, I'm fine," in her best impression of someone who was fine. Either she was bad at impressions, or Grandfather noticed her wincing and limping, because he scooped her over his shoulder and headed back toward the house. "Okay, I guess you can carry me, if you want to, but I'm fine." She wasn't. "Oh, and be careful, I don't want to hurt my flower." Grandfather turned his head. "You'll have to speak up. It's hard to hear you while you're behind me." So she did. She also repeated herself. "I said, be careful. I don't want to hurt my flower." He grinned to himself. 10-4. That's a mighty big flower you got there, kid. "I know, right?" "How high did you climb for it?" She pressed her non-flower hand against his back to lift herself up, then held her flower hand up to his height and measured the distance to the ground with her eyes and said, "I'd say at least 3 grandfathers standing on each other's shoulders." He thoroughly enjoyed her descriptions of most things. "I wish I could have seen it." Something occurred to her. "Grandfather?" "Charlie?" "How old are you?" If my memory is working today, I'm 72. That's pretty old. Grandfather laughed. Yeah, I guess it is. Why do all the old people in the books I read seem like they're going to fall over dead? But you're really strong and stuff. No one knows these things. But maybe it's all the years I've spent fighting in the Purple Gumpus Wars. Charlie chuckled. Yeah, probably. I hope I'm strong like you when I'm old. You will be. How old will you be when I'm 72? Grandfather smiled and tilted his head. Well, you're 10 now. So 62 years plus 72 years. Charlie quickly blurted out, 134, and she felt like she had won a race. He tapped his chin with his free hand. I think you're right. Are you still going to throw me over your shoulder when I'm 72 and you're 134? I certainly hope so. Grandfather smiled. Me too. Need a break? I can probably walk some. Nope, I'm fine. And I need the exercise anyways. Grandfather carried Charlie over his shoulder for 1.5 miles, and when they reached the front yard, he set her in the grass and said, Do you want to walk in on your own? He asked her this because he knew her well, and he knew she would say, Yes, and don't tell Mother that I got hurt. She worries too much. Wouldn't dream of it, he said, while zipping shut an imaginary zipper across his lips. Charlie hugged him and whispered, Thanks, Grandfather. You're welcome, Charlie. I'm going to try and sneak inside without being noticed. He nodded. I'll see you in the morning. Grandfather walked toward the shed. Charlie limped onto the porch, looked at the door, looked down, took a deep breath, then stepped into the house. Father was sitting on the floor, reading a book about mammals from the late Triassic period. Mother was juggling 6 apples in a pattern known as the half shower. She looked over when the door opened and continued juggling, since she was able to juggle even if her eyes were closed. But when she saw Charlie in such a state of disarray and didn't know what had happened to her, she let the apples fall to the floor and ran up to her. Father was grateful that Mother had dropped the apples, because most of them landed near him. Without taking his eyes off his book, he picked up one of the apples and took a big bite. Mother cupped Charlie's muddy cheeks in both hands. Are you okay? What happened? She started examining her, looking for signs of injury. Mother, I'm fine. I just fell out of a tree. Charlie was annoyed that she had to justify being covered in mud. What? You fell out of a tree? Mother yelled angrily, but also concerned, and with a hint of disbelief. Charlie tried to change the subject, lifting up her magnolia flower. Check out this amazing... You're covered in mud, Mother interrupted. Yeah, there was a bunch of mud around the tree. Are you hurt? I cut my foot on a branch, but I'm all right. Get to the bathroom right now, young lady. You're taking a bath. Okay, but check out this flower. Mother took the flower out of Charlie's hands, set it on the nearest safe surface, pointed in the direction of the bathroom and said, Go, with a stern but not too angry tone. Charlie's expression shifted to anger. She thought about trying to show the flower to Father, but she knew that he would never take a stance against Mother, just as Mother wouldn't take a stance against him. So Charlie made a grunting noise, turned around, and walked off. Father was still reading his book, and he was on his 3rd apple. Mother noticed something as Charlie was walking away and asked her sternly, Charlie Joanne, where are your shoes? a big smile came to Father's face. As soon as all the mud and blood was washed off Charlie and she was in her pajamas, Mother helped her get the flower into a vase and put it on her dresser, then tucked her into bed. As she did most nights, Mother lay with Charlie, listening to her adventures, concerns in life, and her dread of sleep. Charlie disliked the act of falling asleep almost as much as she disliked shoes. But Mother's presence made it more bearable than it otherwise would be. Mother tucked Charlie in her blanket as tight as she could in the exaggerated fashion that she did every night. Then sang her an old nursery rhyme. Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 24 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before a king? The king was in his counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlour, eating bread and honey. The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when down came a blackbird and pecked off her nose. As Mother sang the last line of the rhyme, she used her thumb, index, and middle finger to pretend to peck off Charlie's nose and said, "I got your nose." Then kissed her on the forehead and said, "Good night, Charlie." Chapter 9. The Creek. 67 days before Father goes missing. When Charlie jumped out of bed the next morning, a sharp sting quickly reminded her of the cut on her foot from the magnolia tree. She sat back down on her bed and pulled her right foot up far enough to see the line of dried blood on the bottom. Charlie limped out of her room, down the hallway, and through the living room. The front door was wide open, and Father was standing on the porch drinking his black coffee from his favourite mug that he rarely washed. Father must have heard the floor creak, because he turned, smiled, and said, "Good morning, Charlie." "Good morning, Father," she said, with a yawn between morning and father. Then she stepped outside, let her eyes adjust to the bright sun, and sat on the first porch step in front of Father. It didn't take long for Charlie to spot Grandmother and Grandfather out by the shed. She waved a good morning wave at them, but they didn't notice. So she opened the book she brought with her and started reading. Father sat down next to her on the porch step. He didn't say a word. He was enjoying his coffee, and she was enjoying her book. And they were both enjoying the heat of the sun on their faces and each other's quiet company. Then another living room floorboard creak could be heard. Father turned to see what he knew he would see. Charlie watched him smile at whatever he saw. The smile was just as loving as the one he gave Charlie. But this smile had something else in it. Father was almost always the first to wake up in their family, and Mother was almost always last. Charlie loved being nearby when Mother first walked out in the mornings, because Father would always stop whatever he was doing. Reading, writing, drinking coffee, it didn't matter. He would look at Mother like he had never seen someone so beautiful before, like he didn't expect it, like he had forgotten what she looked like by the time morning came around, and like there was nothing that would stop him from holding that beautiful lady at that moment. Father got to his feet and ran up and threw his arms around Mother and gave her a tight squeeze and just held her. Charlie loved seeing him look at Mother that way. But most of all, she loved joining their morning hug. She ran to them, and Father scooped her up, bringing her to their height. And she squeezed them, and they squeezed her. For as long as Charlie knew Grandmother, which had been 10 years at that point, Grandmother spent a good amount of her time during the spring and summer in her garden, planting, watering, pulling the weeds, pruning, harvesting, and a decent amount of time staring at the plants. It was the tail end of spring, so everything in the garden was growing. Every year, Grandmother and Charlie would preserve the vegetables in jars, and they would make jam out of the strawberries. And she showed Charlie how to turn wheat berries into wheat flour, and how to turn wheat flour into bread. That way, they had something to put the strawberry jam on. Charlie was looking out the house window and spotted Grandmother. She went outside and stealthily walked toward her. Just as Charlie loved seeing Father look at Mother in the mornings, she also loved seeing Grandmother happy in the garden. So she didn't want to interrupt her peaceful garden time just yet. Grandmother closed her eyes and inhaled through her nose. The sun was shining brightly on her face as she exhaled, then smiled. Without turning around, she opened her eyes and said, "Good morning, Charlie." Charlie was shocked. "What? How did you know I was walking up? I didn't think you saw me." Grandmother smiled. "Your new word to learn today is peripheral." After Charlie learned how to spell the word peripheral and what it meant, she helped Grandmother bake a loaf of sourdough bread. Then they sewed patches over rips in her clothes. Every pair of pants Charlie owned was made by Grandmother. Same with her shirts, shorts, and even her blankets and curtains. She made most of the things a person needed that could be made from fabric for everyone who lived in the house. They weren't necessarily poor. She didn't need to make these things, but she certainly loved to. Grandmother didn't know it, but Charlie didn't really need her help with the patches. Her sewing skills were quite good, and she could have done it all on her own. But sewing with Grandmother meant stories, which also included memories of her childhood and her life with Grandfather. Charlie loved every minute of it. Chapter 10. The Haircut. Charlie helped Grandfather pick cherries from the 2 early variety trees. The cherry-picking baskets were only adult size, so the one Charlie had strapped around her covered most of her body. She looked like a basket with arms, legs, and a head. The baskets were lined with cloth covers to prevent the cherries from being damaged. Charlie picked at least 100 cherries, but only half of them made it to her basket. When Charlie was tired of cherry picking, she dumped her cherries into Grandfather's basket, then showed him her new favourite way to climb, without using her feet. Starting on the ground, she grabbed the lowest branch of the tree and one by one pulled herself up while her feet just dangled in the air, which made her feel really strong. The only problem was that her hair got stuck on one of the branches on the way. So, Charlie did what she had done every time her hair got stuck in a branch, which happens once or twice a year. She said, "Goodbye," to Grandfather, then stacked her basket on the stack of baskets near the shed. The shed was about half the size of the house. 3/4 of the shed was farm stuff, tractors and such. The other quarter was a separate room, which was Grandfather's private workspace. Charlie had been in there a few times when he would use his table saw to make her wooden rubber band guns or bows and arrows. But usually the door remained shut, locked, and off limits. There was also another separate room inside of the separate room, but Charlie hadn't been inside that one. The separate room is a story for another time. Charlie used her fingers to comb the branch bits out of her hair. Then she searched on a messy workbench until she found a pair of scissors. With one hand, she collected all of her hair at the back of her neck and cut a straight line just above her fist, leaving her holding about 1 foot of hair. Her obstacle was removed. Charlie couldn't help but get distracted by little things that popped up in her mind. Like, for instance, while cutting her hair, she thought of how strange it is that we say, a pair of scissors, in a singular way, even though pair usually meant two. Then she realised it's the same with a pair of pants and a pair of shorts. And this made her wonder if there are enough cases of singular pairs that we should find a new word to mean two. When Charlie left the shed, she noticed Mother lying in the grass. Mother was on her back, with one leg flat on the ground and the other straight up, toes pointed to the sky. Scott the horse was trying to eat the grass that happened to be right next to Mother's head. As he bit the grass, his nose pressed up against her cheek and ear, and when he exhaled, the air tickled her face. Mother gently pushed his face away from hers and asked, "Scott, is there no other grass you could be eating right now?" Scott did not respond, because Scott was a horse. He continued to eat the grass next to her and tickle her with his exhaling. Mother kissed Scott on his nose, then slid herself a few feet away from him and continued what she was doing. Charlie ran as fast as her injured foot would let her. Mother noticed just in time and caught Charlie as she pounced and tackled her. They rolled a couple times, and when they came to a stop, Mother ran her fingers through what was left of Charlie's hair. "Did you give yourself a haircut?" "Yep. Got stuck in a branch again." "You are a wild child, Charlie Joanne." Charlie felt proud. Not that she had to work at being wild or anything, but she was wild, and she enjoyed that about herself. And she was happy that Mother recognised that quality in her. For the next half hour, they talked and looked for shapes in the clouds. Charlie's favourite find was a peacock. Mother asked, "How are you feeling after yesterday's fall? How's your foot?" "It hurts a little bit, but not too bad." Charlie was not one for lying, or even partly lying. But in some cases, like this one, she would stretch the truth, or omit details for Mother's sake. Her body ached pretty bad from the fall, but she felt that if Mother knew, she would be more worried about Charlie going on adventures. Mother lifted one of her legs up in the air. Charlie copied her. Both legs were side by side. Charlie was about 6 inches shorter than Mother, but their legs were the same length. "When did my baby get so big?" Charlie shrugged and asked, "Airplane?" Mother grinned. "If I ever say no to airplane, you call the doctor, okay?" Mother tucked her knees to her chest. Charlie stood up fast and leaned her stomach and chest against the bottom of Mother's feet. Then Mother lifted her into the air with her legs. Charlie held her legs straight back, which was hard to do in this position, and stretched her arms out wide. And just as they had done hundreds of times before, Mother swayed her legs side to side with Charlie in the shape of an airplane while balancing on Mother's feet. She was flying. Then an idea popped into Charlie's mind. and she rolled off Mother's feet. "Gotta run." Mother chuckled. She enjoyed watching the wheels turn in Charlie's mind. Those wheels that told her when it was time for the next thing. Have fun. When Charlie got to the front door of the house, she looked back and saw Mother lay across the back of Scott the horse, who was lying on the grass. He stood up very carefully and started walking. Mother wrapped her arms around his neck. He went from walking to a gentle trot, and they disappeared into the orchard. Charlie ran to her bedroom and retrieved her adventure journal from under her pillow and took it up the walnut tree in her front yard. There was a perfect sitting spot on the lowest branch where she could rest her back against the trunk of the tree. She opened the journal to the first blank page, which was near the back, and she wrote about her experience in the magnolia tree. After finishing her entry, Charlie sketched the tree and the spider and the large flower. After that, she decided to look through some of her old entries. Mother had given her the journal on her 5th birthday, hoping she would document her memories of the many adventures she had with Father. They had to have climbed at least 300 different trees by the time Charlie had turned 10. Mother hiked and camped with Charlie and Father a couple times a month. But Charlie and Father hiked just about daily. Even on the rainy days, it was their special bonding time. Once Charlie realized that Father knew the names of most of the plants they walked past, she would point at each one and ask the name until she felt like she knew which was which. Charlie liked to sit in front of plants and draw them in her journal. And she'd ask Father how to spell their names so she could write it next to her drawing. One day, they went on a 4-hour hike and didn't go as much as 100 feet because Charlie stopped to sketch every plant she saw. Father watched her draw, then wandered a little bit but always kept her in sight. He didn't like to rush her. As Charlie got older, she drew berries and their leaves, with notes detailing which ones were edible and which were poisonous, and how to tell the difference. Father loved learning survival skills, and even more than that, he loved teaching them to Charlie. Her journal was filled with details on how to find the cleanest drinking water, and where to find the best firewood, and how to start a fire without matches. There were entries for each time they encountered a bear, which had been 9 times by her 10th birthday. They had spotted the bears from pretty far away and kept their distance. Father would tell her the best ways to handle different bear encounters based on the species of bears in their forest. And he told her to always stay far away from mama bears and their cubs. Because all mama bears have something built in their brains that tells them to eliminate a threat if they think their babies could be in danger. Just as Charlie finished reminiscing with her journal, Father walked up to the base of the walnut tree, looked up and said, "Hey, kiddo," then started climbing to her. "Hello, Father," Charlie said as she put her journal in her backpack. When he reached where she was at in the tree, he asked, "Having fun?" "Yep. Foot still hurts if I walk on it, but I can climb pretty well if I just use my toes." She was proud of herself for figuring out how to climb pain-free with this injury. "Maybe you should wear shoes while your foot heals up." "No way." Father wasn't bothered by Charlie saying no way. He liked to give her advice that he thought was best, but usually let her decide for herself if she wanted to take it. He did this so she could learn from her choices. "Whatever floats your boat. No shoes floats my boat." Father chuckled at that. "Hey, Remember those rocks you were painting and left by the fireplace? She made a face that let him know she had forgotten about them until right now. The ones I asked you to pick up yesterday. Sorry, forgot. I want them picked up before you go to bed tonight. We don't leave messes for other people to clean up, right? I clean up my messes, and you clean up your messes. 10-4. Father nodded. All right, I'm going to harvest the green beans from the garden. Want to help? Maybe in a little bit. I'm going to climb a bit more. I gotta toughen up these toes. Father looked at her with pride. Sounds good. I love you, kiddo. She hugged him and said, Love you too. Father climbed down and headed for the garden. Just then, Mother came out the front door and asked him, Have you seen Charlie? Father pointed up at the tree, smiled, and kept walking. Chapter 11. Mama Bear. Mother shook her head and called out, Charlie Joanne, what are you doing in that tree? And barefoot? You have a cut that needs to heal. You get down here right now. Charlie reached for the next branch above her and said, I'm all right, really. Come down now. Mother's tone was serious. Charlie reached for the next branch. I just want to climb a little longer. Charlie Joanne, do not go any higher or you are in big trouble. She looked at Mother defiantly and through clenched teeth said, I just want to climb. Then she cautiously reached her hand up toward the next branch above her. Mother put her hands on her hips. Don't you dare. If Charlie could read Mother's mind right then, she would see that Mother was just worried about her. But Charlie couldn't read Mother's mind. She did, however, know her own mind, and she knew that her foot was perfectly fine, and that all she wanted to do at that moment was climb. She thought that if Mother didn't want her to climb, then it must mean that Mother didn't want her to have fun, and she couldn't understand why that was. Charlie took an angry breath through her nose, then climbed down the tree without looking at Mother. I don't want you getting hurt. Once you're all healed up, you can go back to climbing. Charlie was too angry at this point to accept Mother's reasoning and continued to not look at her. Mother tried to lighten the mood. Want to help me work on some flips for my next act? I need to help Father in the garden, Charlie said, still not making eye contact. Mother was bothered that Charlie was upset with her, but she figured giving her space was best and walked back into the house. Charlie, still visibly angry, went over to the garden where Father was picking green beans, and for the second time in her 10 years of life, angrily said, I hate her. Father stopped what he was doing immediately and turned to look at Charlie. She turned away. Charlie, he said sternly, look at me. She looked at him without any intention of saying a word. I don't ever want to hear you say something like that about your mother again. Do you understand me? Without thinking about what he said, she replied, yes, because she knew that was what he wanted to hear. Father continued, you can feel any way you want. We can't decide our feelings, they just appear. Also, you can disagree with me or your mother all you want. But you will not talk that way about her. Sorry. It's just that she never lets me have fun. You let me climb trees whenever I want and be barefoot whenever I want. You were just up there with me. But she won't let me climb. And that's all I want to do. It feels like she hates me sometimes. I let you do some dangerous things because I want you to learn from your mistakes and be prepared for the world. Your mother doesn't let you do dangerous things because she wants to protect you and keep you safe from harm. Charlie interjected with, "Well, those are opposites. So which one of you is right?" "Neither. Both. There's no way to know. Even if I let you do every dangerous thing there is to do and you never get hurt, it doesn't mean I was right. You could have been hurt. You might have just gotten lucky. Your mother keeps you safe, and I let you be a little unsafe. I think it's a good balance. If there was no mother here keeping you safe, I would probably stop you from doing more of the dangerous things you do. I just don't have to, because your mother does. I could be wrong. I just need to do what I think is best, and hope everything works out." They stood in silence. If Charlie had any thoughts or questions, she wasn't ready to share them. "Want to hear a story from when you were only 1 year old?" Father asked. The idea pulled Charlie most of the way out of the bad mood she was in. She loved stories of her childhood. "Definitely." "Well, this story starts before you were born, actually. One day, your mother and I were looking in an antique store, and she spotted a beautiful old wooden dresser. It was tall for a dresser, probably almost as tall as you are now, and looked exactly like the one her mother had when she was little. Your mother felt that she had to have it. Then she looked at the price. It was very expensive, and we didn't have much money. But she was determined to get it. So she saved up any extra money she could, and worked a bunch of little side jobs here and there. Finally, after more than 3 months of saving, Charlie's mouth opened in shock at how long Mother had to save. 3 months? Father nodded. 3 months. And she bought the dresser. What happened to it? Mother doesn't have a dresser like that now. Charlie interrupted. I'm getting there. Hold your horses. This comment about holding horses sent Charlie's brain into another daydream about riding Scott the horse, which led her to miss a few words as Father continued with his story. So she saved up for more than 3 months, bought the dresser, and kept it pristine. One time I was about to set my coffee cup on it, and she gave me a look that let me know that wasn't going to happen. Your mother loved that dresser. Now, let's skip to 3 years later when you were about 1.5 years, and you had only been walking for a few months at this point. One night, your mother and I were talking, and you walked over to the dresser, and you opened the bottom drawer, and you pulled all the clothes out of it and threw them around. And we let you, because you were so darn cute. Charlie grinned big at this. And you must have stood up on the bottom drawer while we were talking, because the whole dresser tipped over and landed on you. Charlie's jaw dropped again. What happened? Father held his hands up. Wait, I forgot to mention at the beginning of the story that this dresser was very heavy. So I was terrified when I saw it fall on you. It felt like it happened in slow motion. I got over there as quick as I could, but your mother was quicker. She pushed the dresser off you and stood it back up, by herself, before I could even get there. You were crying so loud. She picked you up, looked you over, and as soon as you stopped crying, she sat you up on the edge of the bed and asked if you were okay. You smiled at her, while still looking very sad with your face all red and covered in tears. She handed you to me, then threw everything out of the drawers and onto the floor. Then she dragged that heavy thing across the room by herself. I almost stopped her, and then I almost helped her. But I got the feeling that she didn't want me to do either. So I held on to you while Mother did what she needed to do. Charlie's eyes could not go any wider. She eventually got the dresser outside and put it in the middle of the lawn. Then went back inside and came out with a bunch of wadded-up newspapers and shoved them into one of the drawers. She lit a match, lit the papers on fire with the match, and we stood out there watching the dresser burn. You loved watching the fire. Charlie smiled at that part of the story. Mother looked so sad. She was staring at the fire, and tears started streaming down her face. Was she upset that her favourite dresser was burning? No. She was upset that she didn't prevent it from falling on you. She was upset that you could have been badly hurt. Charlie looked down and quietly said, "But she loved that dresser. I just feel bad that it's my fault she doesn't have it anymore." Father smiled proudly. You don't need to feel sad about the dresser. She doesn't care about the dresser anymore. You need to know how much she loves you and wants to protect you. Not one of those tears was about the dresser. That dresser, the thing she wanted more than anything and saved so long for, she would rather see it burn than let it be a risk to you. When she dragged that dresser outside, it was pure instinct, a built-in love. It's why I tell you to stay away from bear cubs, because mama bears will do anything to protect their babies. Your mother loves you and will do anything to keep you safe. She may not make the same parenting decisions I make, and you may not like some of the things she decides for you, but I think it's very important that you know her intentions and that you show her respect. Charlie thought about what Father had said. It made her happy to hear this story and to be reminded about how much Mother loved her. She looked at Father smiling and nodding her head, then ran into the house and threw her arms around Mother. "I love you." Mother, slightly confused but joyful, hugged Charlie back. Chapter 12. The Pond. 66 days before Father goes missing. Daisies grew in the yard until the morning that Charlie plucked them all up from the ground. She sat cross-legged with a small mound of flowers right in front of her, and she was making crowns out of them. Mother was also in the yard, standing on a ball, working on her balance. On her head was one of the daisy crowns Charlie had made. Grandmother was looking at her sugar snap peas in the garden. They grow up so fast, she thought to herself while gently touching one of their curly vines. And she too had one of Charlie's crowns on her head. Scott the horse was scratching an itch by rubbing his backside against a cherry tree. His daisy crown was hanging on by one of his pointy ears. Father almost walked past when Charlie waved at him, then motioned for him to come closer. When he got to her, she gestured for him to squat down and lean forward. He did as requested, and she placed a crown on his bald head. He looked up at her and smiled. Standing up, he took one of her daisies, popped it in his mouth, and started chewing. Then he kissed her on the top of her head and walked on by. Charlie heard a clanking sound, then a crashing sound, then the sound of a door shutting. Grandfather came out of the shed, holding a wooden stick the length of a broom handle, maybe it was an old broom handle, over his shoulder, with a steel bucket hanging by its handle over the stick. There must have been something in the bucket, because it made a clanking noise as he walked. Grandfather went into the house and a short time later came back out with a cloth-covered bundle tied to the end of the stick. As he passed Charlie, he said, "You comin'?" She hopped up and followed him into the orchard, neither of them saying a word to anyone else. "Where are we going?" "Top secret." Grandfather winked. "What you got there?" "A bindle." "What's a bindle?" "A bindle is when you have a bundle tied to a stick." "Did you just make that up?" Grandfather laughed. I wish I did. But no. Bindle is not one of my creations. What's the bucket for? It's for looking at. Charlie wasn't satisfied with that answer, but she knew she wasn't getting a better one until Grandfather was ready. So she did what Charlie does and asked more questions. What's in the bucket? A jar. What's the jar for? Listening to. Charlie shook her head. Is there a word for when you have a bucket with a jar in it? Not that I know of, Grandfather said, knowing that there was about to be. There should be, she said. I agree. Any ideas? Bar is already taken, so I guess we have a jucket? He looked back at their jucket and said, Yes, we do. She smiled and moved on. So, what's in the cloth? Food. Bread food? Of course. Cinnamon apple? Sadly, no. We have to settle for blueberry lemon today. Settle? I prefer blueberry lemon. He smiled at her. Well, we can't all be right all the time. They reached the end of their orchard and crossed over into the neighbouring apple orchard. A hop, skip and a jump later, and they were at the pond that belonged to the apple farmer. This pond was about 10 feet deep and 25 feet in diameter. Charlie stepped close to the water. I haven't been here in a while. Grandfather set the bucket and bindle on the ground and looked at Charlie like he was expecting her to guess why they were at the pond. Take a closer look. Charlie squatted down. Grandfather opened the cloth and took out a half loaf of blueberry lemon sourdough bread. He ripped off 2 big chunks and held one in his mouth and handed the other chunk to her. Tadpoles! Charlie yelled and hopped up. She turned to Grandfather and shouted, There's tadpoles! He took a bite of his bread and nodded. Charlie looked down. Is that what the bucket's for? And the jar? Yep. She couldn't contain her excitement. Charlie put her chunk of bread in his hand, then picked up the bucket, letting the jar fall out. She paused just long enough to take a bite of bread while it was still in Grandfather's hand. She was dangerously close to biting a finger. Then she knelt by the pond with her bucket. The water was too deep for Charlie to go in. She couldn't swim. She tried to scoop tadpoles up with the bucket, but they just swam away. She tried to scoop them up with her hands, but they were too fast. Eventually, she came up with the idea of putting the bucket in the water and waiting for the tadpoles to swim in, and then pulling the bucket out quickly. She caught 6 and poured them into the mason jar to get a better look. Charlie and Grandfather played and talked and climbed apple trees and finished their bread. And, as it had done many times, bread made him tired. Grandfather lay on the ground on his stomach, resting his head on his arms. Taking the jar, half full of pond water, Charlie lay on her back across his back, temporarily interrupting his nap. She watched the tadpoles swim in circles while holding the jar an inch from her face, which led her to imagine herself as a tadpole living in the pond. She was pretty sure sharks who liked eating tadpoles lived deep down in that pond. But she was also pretty sure that if she were a tadpole, she would be faster than those sharks. The sunlight hit her jar of pond water, and she looked at the sky and calculated that the day was more over than it wasn't. She did not want this day to end. Grandfather, you're the best fun of my life. Grandfather did not hear what she had said, because somehow he was able to sleep while she lay on his back. Grandfather? Nothing. Grandfather? Nothing. Charlie wiggled a bit to get his attention. "Grandfather." "Charlie," Grandfather said, while keeping his eyes closed. "Can you tell me about your favourite adventure you've ever had?" He accepted that this nap was likely over and opened his eyes. "You tell me. My memory isn't what it once was." Charlie was happy to hear that Grandfather's favourite adventure was one he had with her. She pondered. Maybe it was the time they helped unstick a stuck squirrel and Grandfather got bitten, she thought. Charlie kept thinking and rolled herself off his back. Then she cried. "Oh no!" Grandfather looked at her and she pointed at the centre of the pond where the bucket was floating. He took his socks and shoes off and dived in to save the bucket. When he came out of the pond, he was covered in algae, and Charlie had a good laugh about that. Using his hands, he scraped away the slimy green algae from his face, arms, hands, and feet. Charlie had seen his feet a few times before, but it had been a while. On the foot nearest to her, she touched the spot where a toe should have been, but wasn't. That foot was missing the big toe and the two smallest. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "Does having fewer toes hurt?" Grandfather laughed. "No, it doesn't hurt." She touched another spot where a different toe should be. He smiled at her curiously. Charlie took the jar to the pond, squatted down, and slowly poured the tadpoles and their water back where they belonged. Grandfather must have had a look of surprise at her not taking them home, because she said, "I was a tadpole once, and we like lots of space to swim." Chapter 13. The Circus. 60 days before Father goes missing. Mother loved to travel and wanted to step foot on every piece of land on Earth. She was able to chip away at this goal because she was part of a travelling circus. Every year she was on the road, and the occasional plane, for the first 2 months of summer, ending up in a new place almost every day. Her acts involved contorting her body in all kinds of wild ways, and sometimes while balancing on a giant ball or someone's head. She could juggle more than 10 things at a time, even if they were lit on fire. Her main act was the trapeze. She would swing from a bar on ropes way up high and jump off and fly through the air, flipping until another person caught her on the other end. And even if she fell, there was a huge net below the trapeze. But Mother never fell. Mother was part of the circus when she met Father. They fell in love, got married, then came to live on the farm with Grandfather and Grandmother. Mother knew she would have to take a break from the circus life when the doctor told her she couldn't do triple backflips 50 feet in the air while pregnant. Her plan was to return to the job she loved the following year. But when the next year came around and Charlie was a couple of months old, Mother wanted Charlie and Father to go with her. Unfortunately, the circus didn't have enough room for the 3 of them, and Mother couldn't bring herself to leave Charlie. Not even for one night. So it stood to reason that 2 months was out of the question. Mother figured she'd be more comfortable leaving Charlie with Father and his parents when she was another year older. So she told the circus that she would definitely be coming back the following year. At the end of the next year, Mother still couldn't bring herself to leave Charlie. She missed performing and travelling, but all it took was one look at her daughter and she forgot what travelling was. So she sent word to the circus that she would be back the following year instead. As you can imagine, this went on for several years, and probably would have continued if the family didn't find out that the whole orchard had a fungal disease called leaf spot, which ruined the entire harvest the year Charlie turned 5. They tried everything they could think of to save the farm without going into debt, but eventually, involving a bank was their only recourse. The loan was short, and Mother returning to the circus was the only available option since the other 3 adults had to stay back and tend to the farm. While waiting for the train that would return her to the job that was once her primary joy, Mother held Charlie, cried, changed her mind about leaving, accepted leaving, then repeated the cycle a few times. In the end, she went, and would continue to go every year for 2 months, for her family's future, and most of all, for Charlie's. Chapter 14. Last Week with Mother. The week before Mother left with her travelling circus was always challenging for Charlie. 2 months was a long time for her to be away from Mother, and it never got easier. But Charlie was able to convince Mother to camp with her in a tent in their front yard every night of that last week. Just the 2 of them. They had a great time. Charlie told Mother stories about all the bears, mountain lions, deer, and other wildlife she had seen in the woods. And Mother told Charlie about visiting other countries with her circus and swimming with sharks in her spare time. One night, they heard scary noises right outside the tent. Charlie thought it was a purple gumpus, due to the very detailed purple gumpus story that Grandfather had told her earlier that day. It didn't take long for her to remember that the purple gumpus was likely made up by Grandfather. And so, her wonderful imagination led her to the more realistic guess of it being an elephant. With enough time, her guess would have changed again, considering her knowledge of wildlife in their area. Mother instantly sensed that it was a bear. Her arm protectively shot out and landed across Charlie's body, like one might do in a car when hitting the brakes too fast, turning their arm into a useless seatbelt. She yelled out, "Hey, bear!" She did this because loud sounds were often enough to make a bear go away. In all the years they lived here, they had never seen a bear come into their orchard or yard. So it would have been strange for one to come up to their tent. Yet, here they were, scared. And people don't always think straight when they're scared. Even after yelling, "Hey, bear!" many times, the sound persisted. Mother knew that something large was pushing up against the tent, shaking the whole thing. Then she recognized a sound and grabbed the zipper. Charlie yelled out, "No!" Mother looked back and calmly said, "It's fine." When she unzipped the tent door, Scott the horse stuck his head in. Charlie let out a sigh of relief. Mother chuckled. "I think he wants to camp with us, but I don't think he'll fit in here. We better go out in the yard with him." And so they did. When the time came, Charlie rode with Father to drop Mother off at the train station. They all hugged, and Charlie cried, and that made Mother cry, and they said their goodbyes. Chapter 15. The Cherry Picking Season. 46 days before Father goes missing. A week after Mother left, a couple dozen hired cherry pickers arrived. Some would stay just for one day, picking from sunrise to sunset, get paid, and be on their way. Others would camp on the farm for weeks at a time. Charlie's favourite part was that every year, at least one, but usually a few of the pickers would bring their families, including their kids, to camp out during the time the parents were there picking. Charlie would play with the kids all day, showing them things like how to climb her walnut tree, and if their parents let them, she would take them to the forest. So many cherries were picked during this harvest time. Then they were boxed up, and the boxes were loaded on giant trucks and taken away. Before the large wooden boxes were filled, they were stacked 4 or 5 high and in rows. Each box was 3 feet tall by 3 feet wide and open at the top. The stacked boxes had little gaps between the bottom of one and the top of the next. So Charlie and the other kids would climb the boxes as if they were a giant ladder. Once at the top, they would hop from one to the next. You could fit about 4 or 5 kids at a time in one box standing up. Most kids would get at least 1 splinter a day climbing these boxes. But the climbing was so fun, they would forget how painful the splinter had been by the next day. When there weren't any children there, Charlie liked to ask the cherry-picking strangers all kinds of questions about their lives, including questions about if they had children. She would tell the ones who had kids that they should bring them next time. And if they said they didn't have children, she would tell them they should start having some. Chapter 16. The End of Cherry Picking Season. 7 days before Father goes missing. The picking season went by quickly. Charlie didn't see Father much during this busy time. This was the hardest time for her, not seeing either of her parents much. But she enjoyed her time with all the kids that were coming and going. Mother sent Charlie a postcard every single day she was gone. Some days she wasn't able to mail them, and other days she would send 3 or 4 at once. She filled them with love, and Charlie cherished them. Charlie helped grandmother freeze tons of cherries to have when fall and winter would come around. A neighbouring farm gave them a few hundred apples that had imperfections, which made them unsellable. They used them to make many batches of applesauce, and what wasn't eaten right away was sealed in mason jars. Charlie and grandfather played their version of baseball quite often. The corner of the yard closest to the garden was first base. The walnut tree was second, and the porch was third. Grandfather was always the pitcher, and Charlie was always up to bat. She would usually hit the ball to the orchard, and grandfather would chase it down. Charlie ran the bases and made a home run almost every time. They would do this over and over, and if grandfather ever got tired of pitching and running, he never said a word about it. When most of the cherries were gone, Father went on a few hikes with Charlie to make up for how little time he was able to spend with her during the picking season. Charlie went on solo adventures, and Father went on a few alone as well when Charlie had other things to do. But he'd always bring her a unique-looking rock, or stick, or bird's feather. It had been a good picking season, right until the end. A couple of weeks before Mother would be coming home, Grandfather was picking cherries, when a kid accidentally ran into his ladder, knocking him off. Grandfather fell pretty hard, breaking his right arm. Father took him into town to get a cast, which had to stay on for 8 weeks. Chapter 17. The Can. 3 days before Father goes missing. Charlie was kicking a tin can while grunting angrily. She held a wooden baseball bat in her right hand. After a dozen or so more kicks, she gripped the bat with both hands, raised it above her head, and swung downward, smashing the tin can flatter and flatter with each hit. "I bet that can had it coming," Grandfather said as he approached. Charlie swung again. "Sure did." Grandfather picked up the now flattened can and eulogized. "First, it served its purpose as food storage, and now as a stress reliever." He looked at her and added, "Should we give it a burial?" Charlie's eyes lit up at that idea. "Yes, you dig and I'll bury." After the last scoop of dirt was dropped over the dead can, Grandfather asked Charlie, "Would you like to say a few words?" "Yeah, I guess I better." She looked down at the mound of dirt. "It was good knowing you, Can. You deserved a better life." After a brief moment of silence, Grandfather clapped his hands together and said, "Okay, you want to break some glass?" Charlie's eyes widened. "Can we?" "Follow me." And Grandfather made his way toward the shed. "So, what are you so upset about?" She pondered for a moment. "You see, I found out eavesdrop is really pronounced eavesdrop, like Christmas Eve. And I feel like I've been betrayed since nobody told me before now." Grandfather gave her his "you're a goofball" look and asked, "Is that what's really wrong?" Charlie waved her hands as she spoke. "Just for the record, I am upset about this eavesdrop business, but that's not why I murdered the can." She hung her head down, and in a defeated whisper she added, "It's that stupid three-headed tree." Grandfather nodded and said, "I see," before opening the door to his private workplace in the shed, bringing out a quart-sized jar and setting it on his work table. He pushed a few things further back on the table and gestured to the mason jar with both hands, giving her the "it's all yours" look. "I can break it." "Yep." Raising the bat she was still holding and looking unsure, she asked, "With this?" "Yep. Oh, wait." He opened a drawer, took out 2 pairs of protective eyewear, gave her one and put the other on himself. "Okay, go ahead." After protecting her eyes, she stood in a glass-breaking stance and double-checked again. "Are you sure I can do this?" "Yes, if you want to." As Grandfather finished his sentence, Charlie's bat hit the jar and shattered glass flew everywhere. She dropped the bat, took off her eyewear, and smiled triumphantly. That was fun. "Do you want to talk about how you're feeling? About the tree?" "No," she said abruptly. "That's okay. If you change..." "I just don't get why he won't let me go." Grandfather tilted his head. Charlie let out an irritated breath and continued. "I asked Father again this morning if I could explore past the three-headed tree, and he said no, again. I'm 10 years old. He treats me like I'm a baby." Grandfather put his hand on his chin in a thoughtful way. He didn't like to give his opinions on these kinds of matters, but he wanted to be there for her. Charlie added, "I might need to have you talk with Father. If he's my boss, then you're his boss." "I'll see what I can do. But for today, how about me and you go explore past the three-headed tree together? I know it's not the same as going by your..." "Yes, let's go." And so they went. Chapter 18. Missing Father. The day Father goes missing. Father wasn't missing yet, but he would be before the day was over. Charlie didn't know this, of course. Otherwise, she would have gone with him to keep him safe. Or maybe stopped him altogether. Hard to say. Father went on a hike first thing in the morning. If he had known what was going to happen, he would have stayed home that day. But he didn't know. So, he didn't stay. Charlie stayed home for 2 reasons. 1, she wasn't fully awake when he had asked her if she wanted to go. And 2, she had to finish making a welcome home card for Mother, which included 5 lined papers that were filled front and back with stories of everything she had done over the past 2 months. Mother was due home in 4 days. The circus tour would be over in 2. An overnight stay in some country, then 1 flight and 1 train ride, and she would be home. Charlie was excited. Grandmother and grandfather usually went to bed around 8 p.m. Charlie did too, but they were all waiting up that night because Father hadn't returned from his hike yet. The 3 of them played card games at the table to pass the time. Grandmother looked at her watch and said, "It's after 9 already." Charlie noticed that Grandmother looked worried, but she wasn't sure why. Often, Charlie had been in the woods with Father so late that they had to make camp and come back the next day, so she wasn't worried. So, why was Grandmother worried? This was the first time Father might not come home from a hike when Charlie wasn't with him. And it was also the first time she had seen Grandmother's reaction to such a thing. Charlie wanted to make her feel at ease, so she said, "Grandmother, I've been out in the woods with Father so late that we had to come back the next day, bunches of times. Father always has a tent in his backpack, and he's probably in it right now." Just talking about this made Charlie sad, but for a very different reason than Grandmother was worried. Charlie knew that the overnight hiking trips usually involved the best adventures, and she was bummed that she was missing this one. Grandfather chimed in with, "Charlie's right. He's probably sleeping in his tent as we speak. We should all get some sleep too." And so they did. Day 2 since Father went missing. The next morning, Charlie woke up early. She left a note for her grandparents that read, "I'm going to the opening of the forest to meet up with Father when he returns. We'll be home soon." Charlie ran through the orchard until she reached the dirt road. She didn't want to enter the forest in case Father came out on a different trail than they normally used. She waited, and did more cartwheels than she could count, then waited some more. Enough time passed so that she started wondering if somehow he got home a different way. She wasn't sure how that could be, but it was possible. Charlie ran home as fast as she could. Grandmother and grandfather were sitting on the porch swing. As soon as she saw them, she yelled, "Is Father here?" Father was not home, and he would not show up that night. Day 3 since Father went missing. Charlie had spent most of the day searching for Father in the forest with her grandparents. They tried to go off the main trail a couple times, but with Grandfather's arm being in a cast, he had a hard time keeping his balance anywhere that wasn't flat ground. He was right-handed, so moving branches and vines out of the way was a slower process than it otherwise might have been. The furthest they made it was the 3-headed tree. Not one word was spoken while they ate dinner. Charlie noticed grandmother looking at grandfather a couple times and then looking away. Charlie thought she was holding back tears. Grandmother didn't eat much, and she was the first one to leave the table. Grandfather placed a hand over Charlie's and, with a quiet yet comforting tone, said, "It'll be okay. She'll be fine, and we'll find him. Your father. Don't you worry." Charlie hadn't been worried the first night. She was only slightly worried on the second day. But on the third day of father being gone, her worry was turning into genuine concern. When walking down the hall, Charlie heard grandmother and grandfather talking in their room. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but their tone seemed a bit strange to her. Maybe angry or irritated. So she quietly took a few steps toward their door. She could hear most of the words, but not every single one. Grandmother said something like, "Trust you. We just can't know for sure. It's too risky. Things can change." Grandfather said something like, "I would go myself, right now, but I can't with this cast." "Then I'll do it. I'll go by myself." "You can't go by yourself. You're not familiar with the forest. It's way too dangerous." "All these years and you don't think I can handle dangerous?" "I know you can handle dangerous, but I can't handle you being out there." "Then come with me." "I want to. There's nothing I want more." Then grandfather's voice became a whisper, and Charlie couldn't hear much else. The last words she caught were, "Trust me." Grandmother didn't match his whispering. In fact, she might have gotten louder. "Okay, we'll try it your way. But if he's not back in 2 days, I'm going out there. You hear me? 2 days. I love you, and I know you want to keep me safe, but if he's not back in 2 days, I'm going out there and finding my boy myself." Charlie turned and crept back to her room unnoticed. After hearing what she had just heard, after hearing grandmother so sad and so worried, Charlie decided that she was going to go find father. She would set out early the next morning. She wanted to tell her grandparents, but she knew they would stop her, and she did not want to be stopped. But she also didn't want to worry them. So she would leave them a note, letting them know that no matter what, she would come back in 2 days, allowing herself only one overnight in the forest. Charlie made a packing list. Packing list. Small pot, knife, rope, canteen, backup canteen, compass, oven mitt, shoes. Charlie filled her canteen with water and gathered the rest of the items from her packing list and packed them into her backpack and slid it under her bed. Then she told her grandparents that she was going to bed early, and she hugged them. Maybe a little longer than normal, because she didn't plan on seeing them the following morning. She was going to bed early because she didn't have an alarm clock to wake her up. And her internal alarm only cared about how much sleep she got. So, the earlier to sleep would mean the earlier to rise. And she wanted to be up and leave before her grandparents woke up. And to do that, she would likely need to wake up before the sun. Day 4 since father went missing. 6 a.m. Charlie woke up first thing in the morning to the sun coming through her window. She didn't want to waste any time or make too much noise, so she hopped up slowly, already dressed for the day, slid her backpack out from under the bed and put it on her back. Charlie quietly opened her bedroom door and tiptoed to the kitchen, and placed the note she had written last night on the table. Charlie's note. I need to go look for Father. Please don't worry about me. I'll be safe. And I'll be back with Father soon. I won't stay gone for more than one night. Love you. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a cloth covering something on the table. She knew the shape to be bread. Grandmother's homemade bread. Which kind is this going to be? She wondered. Grandmother usually made a couple of loaves a week, and there were a couple dozen different types. But there was only one type that she was hoping this one wasn't. She was hoping it wasn't Grandfather's favourite, cinnamon apple bread. Charlie reached toward the cloth, grabbed two corners, and lifted it up. It was Grandfather's favourite, cinnamon apple bread. It was just sitting there, looking soft and fluffy and cinnamony and appley. But this kind was Grandfather's favourite, and she felt bad about the idea of taking it. After thinking it over, Charlie did what she thought was the only sensible thing to do. She got a knife and cut off a small piece to leave for Grandfather, wrapped the rest in the cloth, and put it in her backpack. Speaking of Grandfather, Charlie looked out the kitchen window and saw that her grandparents were already awake, and they were standing near the shed. She knew she couldn't go out the front door without being seen, and she didn't have to be quiet in the house anymore, so she ran to her room and slid her window open and climbed out the window and almost forgot to shut it behind her. But then she remembered. She was hoping Scott the horse would be in the front yard when she got out there, because her plan was to ride him to cover more ground in a short amount of time. But Charlie couldn't go to the front yard. Scott the horse was nowhere in sight, and she didn't want to call out to him and risk her grandparents hearing her. She ran through the orchard for a while and yelled out, "Scott the horse! Scott the horse!" She looked around, expecting him to run up to her, but he didn't. Which shouldn't have surprised her, since Scott the horse had never come to the sound of his name. When Charlie reached the dirt road at the opening of the forest, there he was. Scott the horse was lying in the shade. Charlie ran up to him, knelt down, cupped his cheeks in her hands, and said, "Scott the horse, I need your help finding Father." After saying this, she stared into his eyes, hoping he could see in hers how important this was. Hoping he knew that if he had it in his heart to go on this adventure with her and help save Father, she would never ask or try to ride him again. She slowly walked around him, keeping one hand on his back. She had seen Mother ride him 3 times, but Charlie had never even been on his back, let alone with him walking or running. She was nervous, but she was so worried about Father that she pushed her nerves aside and laid across Scott's back. She wrapped her arms around his neck tightly. He was a big, strong horse, so he couldn't really feel the squeeze. But if he was going to be running through the forest at top speed to rescue Father, Charlie would need to hold on tight. She whispered into his ear, "We have a big journey ahead of us. We need to save Father. And there's no other sidekick I'd rather have with me on this journey. Let's go." She closed her eyes, bracing herself for him to stand and dash off. Scott the horse didn't move. He stayed lying on the ground. Charlie gave him a gentle pat on the back and said, "Up." Scott the horse did not get up. She waited a moment, then hopped off him and said, "All right, I'll do it by myself." And Charlie made her way through the opening of the forest alone. 7 a.m. Between running and fast walking, it wasn't long before Charlie reached the point a couple miles into the forest where she'd promised Father she would never go past on her own. The three-headed tree. Just as she had been doing, and would continue to do, every 600 feet or so, Charlie yelled out, "Father!" waited for a response, and continued on when she didn't hear one. She had already taken thousands of steps this morning, but she had a hard time taking this next one. Charlie had been making a lot of her own decisions over the past couple of years. But they were decisions within the bounds of the trust she had with her parents and grandparents. It wasn't that this step felt wrong to her. In fact, she thought the four of them would approve under the circumstances. But she was deciding this step on her own. Charlie had been a child her whole life, so she didn't know what it felt like to not be a child anymore. But she knew it would happen at some point. Her heart raced a little because she felt like, in some small way, this step would be her last step as a child. And so she stepped. 7:20 a.m. Just after the three-headed tree, the clear trail had become less clear, due to it having been walked on less over the years. Charlie also noticed it becoming a bit more painful to walk on, but not painful enough for her to put shoes on. She spotted a red huckleberry bush and approached it for a snack. A dozen berries in, and she was startled by a voice asking, "Are those edible?" Charlie looked around. There was a boy around her age sitting on a log. He had dark brown, wavy hair, which went to his eyebrows in the front, and on the sides it went to the middle of his ears. His face was bruised around his left eye. He was wearing a light blue t-shirt with thin white horizontal stripes and faded blue jeans that were cuffed at the bottom. A dark green canteen hung by his side and was attached to a thin rope that went over one shoulder and hung across his body. The stranger folded up the piece of paper he was holding and put it in his pack that was on the ground between his feet, and waved at her in a friendly way. "Hello there." Charlie, still in shock coming across a person that wasn't Father, stuttered, "Hello." She and Father had seen a handful of people in the forest over the years, but it was far from common, and never other kids, so she was having trouble believing her eyes. The boy stood up and walked toward Charlie with his hand out. "My name is Lou." Charlie took his hand in hers, but she hadn't had the opportunity to shake many hands in her lifetime. So she just held his, but in the handshake position, forgetting what to do next. "I'm Charlie." Lou gave her hand a light shake. Then let go. He pointed at the huckleberries and asked again, "Are these edible?" And added, "I think I saw them earlier, but I've always heard so many stories about poisonous berries, so I didn't want to risk it." Charlie cleared her throat. "Yes, these are red huckleberries. They're very edible." Then picked a few more and ate them. Lou narrowed his eyes. "How do you know for sure? There seem to be a lot of berries out here and they all look pretty similar. My father has taught me over the years. There are details to look for in the leaves. I know which ones are edible and which ones aren't." Lou looked impressed. "Okay, that's good enough for me," he said, then picked a few and ate them. These are good." "Yeah, they're my favourite. I'm surprised the bears left us any." Lou's eyes slowly moved from the berry bush to Charlie. "The what?" "The bears. I think every kind of bear in this forest likes huckleberries. There's more than one kind of bear. Charlie laughed. You're joking, right? I wish I was. Better yet, I wish you were. But I'm starting to feel like you aren't. Charlie shook her head. Nope. Plenty of bears out here. Why are you out here if there are bears out here? She shrugged. They aren't too likely to hurt us if we keep to ourselves. Why are you out here if you know nothing about the wilderness? Lou laughed at this harmless blow. Long story. I guess I'm on a journey of sorts. Her interest was piqued. Where do you live? Where's your family? He hesitated a moment. Let's just say I'm taking a family break for a little bit. Charlie's eyes got big. Here she was trying to find part of her family, and she meets a boy trying to get away from his. You're running away from home? Why? What happened at home? Lou smiled uncomfortably. That's a whole lot of questions. I'm sorry. It's none of my business. You don't have to tell me. Oh, it's okay. Maybe I'll tell you later. What happened to your eye? Lou smiled at her, fitting in another question. Then the smile left him as he pondered the idea of answering. Charlie didn't want the situation to feel awkward. So she decided to change the subject. I like your canteen. I have one too. While continuing to walk, she pulled her canteen out of her backpack and hung it across her body like Lou. Then she took a drink. Thanks. This used to be my dad's, he said, looking down at it. Charlie didn't notice the sadness on his face. Want the last few? I'm stuffed, she asked, gesturing to the berry bush. Yes, please. Lou ate the last few huckleberries. Then they sat on the log and talked. Charlie was feeling really excited about this encounter. She almost wanted nothing more than to hang out with this stranger as long as she could and talk with someone her own age about anything and everything. But then she started thinking about how strange the phrase hang out was, to mean spend time with. And she wondered if people of the future would still use it. Then she thought about the maid in the nursery rhyme that Mother often sang her to sleep with, because that maid was hanging out the clothes. And Charlie thought about how the maid got her nose pecked off by a blackbird. Thinking about Mother singing made her think about her father, and she knew that finding Father was more important than her desire to spend time with this boy. This boy who had been talking for a while Charlie accidentally ignored him to listen to her thoughts. I'd love to stay and talk, but I really need to keep moving. She looked at the sky. I only have about 9 more hours of sunlight, and I need to find my father. Lou looked down, then back up at her. What happened to your father? Charlie stood up. He didn't come home after a hike. Now he's been missing for 3 days. But I know he's in these woods. I just know it. And I know well, I just need to find him. Lou stood up. Care if I tag along for a little bit of your search? Charlie blinked. Really? Are you not going a specific way on your journey? Lou shrugged. Not exactly. Awesome! You can absolutely join me. But you gotta keep up. Lou smiled and said, Sounds good. Then he looked down and noticed something. Not a fan of shoes? Charlie smiled proudly. Never have been. How do your feet not hurt? I guess they've been toughened up over the years. Charlie started walking, and Lou was close behind her. Charlie remembered her parents saying something about not talking to strangers. But she never saw strangers, so she never had to think about that. She wondered if they had meant only adult strangers. or kid strangers too. She always eventually listened to what her parents told her. But Lou seemed perfectly safe, and not that strange. For now, she decided to justify talking to this stranger because the handshake made them not strangers anymore. "So, how do you know which way to go?" Lou asked her. "Well, I've spent most of my life in these woods. Our home is on a cherry orchard, and this forest borders the orchard." Lou's eyes widened. "Wait, you live on a cherry orchard?" "Yep. Do you get to eat endless cherries for free whenever you want?" She laughed. "When they're in season, I do." "That's amazing. Oh, I'd love to live on a cherry orchard." Then it occurred to Lou that, "Oh, yeah, you were telling me how you know where to go." "Yeah, my father is taking me hiking in this forest well over 1,000 times at least. We check out new places and travel far sometimes, but I know the basic directions that he would probably go, even if it's a bit further or different than anywhere I've gone. He didn't tell us he'd be gone overnight, so I don't think he would have intentionally gone more than a half day's worth of hiking." "Why a half day?" "Well, if he intended on coming home that same day, then however far he wanted to hike couldn't take him more than half a day, because it would take the other half to walk back." Lou was impressed again. Good thinking. "But he is a faster walker than I am, so he might be further than I'd typically walk in a half day." "What do you think might have happened to him?" "Maybe he hurt his leg really badly and can't walk. Maybe he got lost and went too far in the wrong direction and got turned around a couple times. I really don't know." 8:30 a.m. Charlie pointed at a bush they were about to pass. "These are red baneberries. Don't eat them. They will kill you." Lou had been looking at the ground and jerked his head up. He looked at the bush, then at Charlie. He wasn't quite sure how to process this new information. 8:33 a.m. As they walked, Charlie turned to Lou and said, "Hey, just so you know, I'm going to yell out 'Father' every 600 feet or so. I just didn't want to startle you." "Okay." Charlie stopped and yelled out, "Father!" then continued walking. Lou was curious. "Why every 600 feet? That's how far the average yell travels." He smiled. "You're kind of amazing." "Thanks. Where did you learn so many things?" "I learn all kinds of things from my parents and grandparents. They say I ask a lot of questions, but they also always find me the answers, even if they don't know them at the time. Most of the things I know about the wilderness I learned from Father, though, and he learned from Grandfather." 8:40 a.m. "What do you want to do when you grow up?" Charlie asked Lou. "You mean for a job?" "Yeah." I don't know. I guess I haven't thought about it much. I know I want a motorcycle as soon as I'm old enough, but I don't think anyone pays you to ride a motorcycle." "Lou, how old are you?" 10. Charlie smiled. "Me too." Then something occurred to her. "I think some police officers ride motorcycles. I've never seen a police officer, but I've heard they might ride motorcycles. Maybe you could be a police officer." Lou was shocked. "You've never seen a police officer?" "Nope. We live on a farm, far from the city." "Oh, and yeah, I could be a cop. It'd be nice being on the other end of a police encounter." Charlie turned back to look at him unbelievingly. "You've been arrested." Lou shrugged. "Well, not arrested, but I've been in the back of a few cop cars." "What for?" "One time they thought I threw a rock through a window." "Did you?" "Well, yeah, but It was just some dumb old factory nobody works at. Was it scary? Was what scary? Being in a police car. Nah. Hey, how about you? What job do you want in the future? Oh, I guess I never thought about it. Or, I've always imagined I'd work on my family's cherry orchard, so I never thought of doing anything else. My life is on the orchard, and out here. Lou looked skeptical. Is that something you want to do? Or just something your parents want you to do? Charlie took a moment to think about this. My parents wouldn't make me work on the farm, but yeah, I guess maybe they'd expect it. Usually they just tell me to have fun. But they do teach me the importance of hard work and making a living and such. As they walked, Charlie thought about potential future jobs. She imagined herself doing every job she could think of. She saw herself dressed up as a doctor, firefighter, clown, astronaut, ballerina, guitarist, scientist, detective, and many other interesting jobs. 9 a.m. Charlie stopped walking suddenly and asked, "Have you ever tried a salmon berry?" Then she picked a berry out of a bush and ate it. Nope. They look like orange-coloured blackberries. Lou closed his eyes for a quick daydream. I love blackberries. These don't taste like blackberries. But there are many blackberries in this forest. Salmon berries are kinda tart, but they're edible. Charlie ate another one, then continued. I find that they taste pretty good on an empty stomach, but they aren't great compared to huckleberries or raspberries. I think I'll wait for the blackberries. Well, you got to try one at least, she strongly encouraged. Oh yeah? Do I? Well, yeah. How do you know you don't like something if you don't try it? You sound like my mum, Lou said with a chuckle. Your mum sounds reasonable. Lou gave Charlie a playful look of disapproval at that comment. She continued, It could be your new favourite berry, and if you don't find out, you might be passing up on a whole bush of your new favourite berry that you don't know about. Okay, you win. Lou took a salmonberry and put it in his mouth. His face scrunched a little and his eyes closed as he gulped it down. Not great, but not horrible. Well, I'm glad you tried it. Thanks, Mum, Lou said in a playful yet sarcastic tone. I don't know about your mother, but my mother is lovely. So I take that as a compliment, Charlie said with a smile. Lou looked around. Hey, do you hear that? Charlie listened carefully. It sounds like the river. She veered toward the sound. A moment later, the river came into view. It was about 20 feet wide, with a slow current. Come on, Charlie said as she started running toward a fallen log that stretched across the water. She stepped up, walked to the middle of the log, and sat down. Lou was a little nervous, but he followed and sat next to her. Lou looked at the water. Are you a pretty good swimmer? Not at all. Lou slowly turned his head to look at her with a puzzled expression. Not at all like you're not good at swimming? Or not at all like you don't know how to swim at all? Definitely closer to the don't know how to swim at all. Then why on earth are you on a log over a river? Charlie smiled. Well, I don't plan on falling in. Lou shook his head. Charlie added, How about you? Are you good at swimming? He smiled with pride. Very. It's probably the thing that I'm best at. I swim in rivers, lakes, the ocean. That's awesome. Grandfather is a good swimmer. Grandmother always talks about the awards he won swimming in high school and college. Why do you call them grandmother and grandfather? Charlie tilted her head and looked at Lou, confused. I mean, instead of grandma and grandpa, and mother and father instead of mum and dad. Charlie shrugged. Oh, I'm not sure why. It's just something I've always done. Maybe it's because father refers to mother as mother, and I'm around him the most. It's the same with grandmother and grandfather. Lou nodded, like what she was saying was both interesting and strange. Makes sense. How come nobody taught you to swim? Charlie shrugged. Not sure. It just never came up. Grandfather is 72, and I can't remember the last time I saw him swim. Father takes me to lakes and rivers and we get in the water, but I guess he's not into swimming, so it just never came up. Well, I strongly encourage you to learn someday, especially if you're going to walk across logs over rivers. Thanks, Mother, Charlie said sarcastically and smiled at Lou. She had been hoping for an opportunity to say that. She hopped to her feet and said, Check this out. Charlie walked to the other end of the log and pointed to a small plant growing out of the bark. There aren't any berries left on it, but this is a huckleberry bush. I'm not sure how it happens, but it's pretty common. Somehow the seeds will land on fallen logs and just grow here, like this. Isn't that pretty neat? Lou followed her. Yeah. Also, it's crazy that you can look at that and know what it is, with no berries on it. I figured everyone knew that kind of thing. Nope, I don't think many do. Maybe someday I can teach you how to identify plants and you can teach me how to swim. Deal. Charlie looked concerned as she remembered. I got to get back to looking for Father. I keep getting distracted. Lou pointed to the other side of the river. Should we go over to that side, or stay on the side we were on? When I'm on adventures by myself, I never come this far. But when I go with Father, once we reach the river, we always stay on this side. She pointed toward the side they had been on. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on that side, so I might have to check at some point. But I think I want to stay on this side for now, in case he did the same. Sounds good to me, Lou said happily. Something in his expression caught her attention, and Charlie just stared at Lou for a moment. He stared back. What? Then he made his way toward the end of the log. She shook her head. There's just something that seems so familiar about you. Have you and your family ever picked cherries on a farm before? Lou jumped to the ground. Nope. Sounds fun, though. Charlie hopped off the log as well and winced when her feet landed on the river rock. She stumbled back and sat on the log. Lou took a quick step toward her. You okay? Yeah, I just landed on a rock weird. I guess I better wear shoes for a bit. She got them out of her backpack and put them on. As they continued on, Charlie couldn't stop thinking about how familiar Lou seemed. But she knew it would make no sense for him to lie about not picking cherries at the farm. She also couldn't stop thinking about the bruising around his eye. She wondered if maybe he fell out of a tree or something. But why would he not want to tell her? Well, she knew one thing for sure. She sure enjoyed his company. 10 a.m. This is wood sorrel. Charlie bent down and picked a small piece of the green leafy plant. It kinda looks like 3 hearts on a stem. And she put it in her mouth and kept walking and talking and chewing. It has a lot of vitamin C. Should I try it? Lou asked. Charlie shrugged. If you want to. What happened to I have to try everything once? Charlie had to think for a moment to come up with a good answer for Lou's good question. And she did. Well, That's more of a berry rule. Berries are different. Lou interjected. Why are berries different? They just are. You have to try every berry once. Those are the rules. Lou smiled. Then Charlie continued. Most of the edible greens out here don't taste good at all. I just like knowing what's edible in case of an emergency. Lou bent over and picked a small piece of wood sorrel while they kept walking. He popped it in his mouth, then quickly scrunched his face up. Charlie smiled. Kinda lemony, huh? Yeah, and maybe dirt. 10:15 a.m. Charlie reached her hand out to let some purple flowers pass between her fanned-out fingers on a plant that was just about half as tall as she was. This is fireweed. It has plenty of vitamin A and C. She picked one of the purple flowers and popped it into her mouth. You can eat the flowers and the leaves. Lou's eyes looked impressed by Charlie's knowledge. But his mouth looked too nervous to try tasting another plant after the last one. Lou walked right past the fireweed. 10:30 a.m. Lou ran up to the base of a tree. Check out the roots on this thing! Charlie was ahead of him and hadn't noticed it, but was excited that he was excited and ran back to look. The tree was about 10 feet from the path they were on, if you could even call it a path. The only thing that made it a path was that it happened to be the way they were going, and that they kept the river somewhat to their left. The roots Lou was inspecting were from a tree that was growing out of a mound of dirt. A good 6 feet of roots were exposed, so it looked a lot like one of those plastic ant farms where you can watch the ants make tunnels. Some of the roots grew out of the dirt and downward, overlapping one another. Lou started climbing them toward the base of the tree. Charlie followed, but side by side, making it like an unannounced race in her mind, though she had no plans of claiming victory, if that were the outcome. They both reached the trunk of the large Douglas fir tree at the same time. It wasn't a climbable tree past the roots, so they stood on the highest rung of the root ladder, and without saying a word to each other, they both tried to reach their arms around the tree, as if hugging the tree were clearly the next most sensible thing for anyone to do. 11:15 a.m. During their journey, Charlie kept thinking about the future jobs they were talking about earlier. I know what I want to do if I don't end up working on the orchard, or even if I do. Oh yeah? What's that? I love coming up with stories, so I think I'd like to be a writer of books. Lou could feel the joy coming from her. 11:30 a.m. The day started hot, but before too long it was nearing unbearable. It felt even worse because there had been a stretch of walking without any trees for shade. Lou used his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, Gee willikers, it's so hot. Charlie looked back at him and smiled. She liked the strange things he would say from time to time. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Lou took a drink from his canteen, which reminded Charlie to take a drink from hers. Then he said, I'll be right back. Charlie didn't say anything and just watched as Lou ran behind a giant tree. About a minute later, he came out and his jeans were now shorts. They were cut off just above the knee and poorly cut at that. He had used a pocket knife. Okay, I'm ready, Lou said as he put the cut-off jean pieces into his pack. Charlie was in the middle of a thought about how much better she would have done turning pants into shorts than Lou did, when she noticed for the first time that his shoes were cowboy boots. They were mostly covered by his jeans before. "Somehow I didn't notice that you've had cowboy boots on this whole time," she said. Lou looked at his feet. "Yeah, these are my favourite shoes." Charlie turned her head in confusion. "You mean boots? Huh? You called your boots shoes? These boots are my shoes." "Those boots are your boots. You can't call boots shoes," Charlie said matter-of-factly. She meant no harm and was just saying what she thought to be true. And Lou knew that, and he really enjoyed when she got like this. "Oh yeah? Well, yeah. Guess what?" he asked. "What?" "I'm going to continue to call my shoes my shoes." Lou stuck his tongue out at her playfully, followed by a big grin. Charlie thought about how much she enjoyed spending time with Lou and started to worry that he was going to leave. After all, he was on his own journey. She had imagined she would be finding Father by herself, and she knew she would be fine without Lou, but she wasn't ready to see him go yet. Charlie kept her fingers crossed in hopes that he would stick around a while longer. 12:30 p.m. Charlie pointed at a bush as they passed by it. "Those are pokeweed berries. Don't eat them. They'll make you puke." 1:30 p.m. Charlie spotted two logs, one laid across the other in the shape of a capital T. She picked up a stick and ran and hopped up on the log, then walked across, one foot in front of the other, as if she were on a tightrope. She did that while balancing the stick straight up and down on the tip of her right index finger. Lou picked up a stick too and hopped on the other log and tried to copy Charlie, but it didn't go well. He quickly fell to the ground because trying to balance the stick on his finger threw off his balance on the log. Charlie let herself fall near him, laughing and rolling on the ground. When she sat up, she had twigs and leaves in her hair. "Okay, I think you need to practice both parts separately before you put them together." Charlie noticed something near the log and got on her hands and knees and moved in closer to examine it. "What is it?" Lou moved in closer too. Charlie looked at him. "A bunch of cherry pits." Lou tilted his head in confusion. Charlie jumped to her feet. "Father was here, at this log." Lou stood up. "Are you sure? Could it be from an animal?" "I don't think so. There aren't any cherry trees in the forest. He must have brought them from the farm. He's got to be close." 2:30 p.m. "Look at that!" Charlie turned to Lou and pointed ahead excitedly at what seemed to be never-ending bramble bushes. "We finally found your blackberries." Lou's face lit up. Holy moly! They both ate, and ate, and ate. They each had more than 100 blackberries. Their hands and faces were covered in berry juice. Charlie heard a noise, turned her head in that direction, and yelled out, "Father!" She listened carefully and heard the noise again and ran toward it without thinking, just hoping that any noise would be Father. Charlie ran around the blackberry bushes. Lou was close behind. They both ducked under a pine tree with low branches. A thorn from a blackberry vine stabbed into Charlie's leg, drawing blood. But she paid it no mind. Father might be here somewhere. She yelled out again. "Father!" The trees were dense now, so they had to get on their hands and knees to crawl under them. Then, quickly, they were back on their feet. No more than 10 feet in front of them was a giant brown bear. It was startled by Charlie and Lou and stood up high on its hind legs. Towering above them, it had to be at least 9 feet tall. Charlie had seen many brown bears in her life, but never this close. Never even close to this close. Charlie was terrified. The bear was so large and so close that she couldn't stop thinking of all the ways that things could go wrong. It seemed clear to her that the bear's only goal was to eat her and Lou for lunch. She wanted to turn around and run home and never look back. And that's exactly what she would have done if she didn't know better. Lou was trembling as he grabbed Charlie's hand and took a step back. In a slow whisper, he said, "We have to run." Charlie's shock was clouding her bear knowledge. She closed her eyes for a second, thinking hard, then opened them. She turned her head halfway toward Lou, her hand still in his, keeping her eyes on the bear. She whispered, "I know what to do, okay?" Lou questioned. "Lou, I need you to trust me," Charlie said firmly. "Okay. Every instinct you have is going to not want to trust me, but please trust me." "Okay." "Slowly lie down and don't move until he leaves. No matter what happens, do not run." Lou shook his head. "I don't like this." Charlie knelt on the ground. Lou followed, and they both lay down. The bear dropped to all fours, making it about 5 feet tall now, still towering above them. It looked away from them for a moment, and then back. Taking slow and careful steps, the giant bear walked all the way up to them. A front paw landed 1 inch away from Charlie's face. Charlie stared at the paw, which was larger than her head. The bears she had seen in the past were all pretty far away from her, and even those bears seemed big. Seeing one this big and this close made her heartbeat speed up. For a split second, she imagined him being a friendly bear that just wanted to roll around on the ground with her, and her climbing up his fat, furry belly while he lay on his back. Or her holding onto his neck while he ran fast and climbed trees. But those playful thoughts left quickly. Charlie didn't want to move, so she couldn't look up. The bear's paw and leg were so big that she couldn't see much else. She imagined how easy it would be for the bear to lift this one giant paw and smash her. It could end her life in an instant. She had no options, no control. Whether she lived or died was up to this bear. This realization made her feel trapped and claustrophobic, which made her think of grandmother teaching her how to spell that word and what it meant. She could see grandmother in her mind perfectly, and this made her happy. But her thoughts weren't happening one at a time. They were overlapping each other. The fear stayed with her during these thought changes. Charlie felt irritated when she recognized her mind jumping all over the place. She wanted to focus on the bear and staying still, but she couldn't control her mind. She heard the tiniest sound and noticed that Lou moved, causing a branch to creak. She looked at him, eyes wide, and mouthed the words, "Don't move." The bear sniffed the air, then brought its nose an inch from Charlie's face. Lou's eyes widened with fear. He squeezed Charlie's hand, which made her flinch. He didn't mean to hurt her, but he was strong. and she had to clench her teeth tightly not to yell out from the pain. Lou closed his eyes. Charlie closed her eyes too, because she could feel the air from the bear's nose hitting her eyelids. It sniffed all around her face, then licked her cheek, right where the blackberry juice was. Charlie scrunched her face up as the bear took a couple more licks. She opened her eyes to see the bear turn around and walk out of sight. She exhaled and felt relief, just a little. Lou opened his eyes and saw Charlie. She quietly said, "Wait." He nodded. They waited a minute, although it felt like an hour. Their hearts were pounding so fast. "Okay, I think he's gone," she said. Lou jumped to his feet. "Oh my!" He put his hands above his head and then behind his neck. He had too much adrenaline in him to stand still. "Golly, what just happened? That was the craziest thing I've ever seen." Charlie threw her arms around his neck and gave him a big squeeze. "I know," she shouted, happy to be alive. "It doesn't even feel like it really happened." They pulled out of their hug as Charlie continued. "It all happened so fast, but also it felt like a lifetime. He was there, and we were here. Then he was here." Lou shook his head. "I closed my eyes when it got close to your face. Oh, that was so scary. What happened? What did it feel like, being that close?" "He licked me." Lou laughed. "What?" "He licked my face." Lou's eyes got huge. "I think maybe it was the blackberry on my face." Lou laughed. "That's so crazy." Charlie chuckled. Then she brought her hands up about waist high and noticed they were shaking. She started crying. No sound, just tears. Charlie closed her eyes and thought about Mother in that moment, wondering if she would be mad at her for getting in a near-death situation. Charlie opened her eyes, feeling embarrassed about her new friend seeing her cry. She turned her back to Lou and put her hands over her eyes. She was crying harder now. Lou ran around to face her. "Hey, it's okay to cry. That was a very, very, very scary situation." Charlie rested her head on his shoulder. "I didn't think I was going to make it. I didn't think we were going to make it. I kept imagining him hurting us really badly. I could feel his breath on my face." She sniffled. Lou squeezed her, then pulled out of the hug. "You saved us. You told me what to do. I have no idea why I listened to you, but I did. And we're both still here." Charlie smiled at Lou, then wiped the tears off her face. "We'd better get going." Suddenly, her eyes got really big. "What?" Lou asked. "What if Father was attacked by a bear? And that's why he never came home. We have to go. We have to keep looking." 4:30 p.m. "Father!" Charlie yelled out. She and Lou were walking a bit sluggishly now that the adrenaline from their bear encounter had worn off. And they were sweaty. The slightest noise caused Charlie to turn her head, expecting to see a bear. Lou had a similar reaction to the noises, but when he noticed how much it was affecting Charlie, he distracted her. Lou took the last drink of water from his canteen. "How are you on drinking water?" "I ran out about an hour ago." Lou nodded. "We should probably take a break and get some water at the river." She looked unsure. "I don't want to lose any more sunlight." "But I think you're right." Charlie walked up to the trunk of the nearest large tree along the riverside and set her backpack on the ground. Lou walked over and squatted down by the river. He opened his canteen and filled it. Just before he took a drink, Charlie asked him, "Are you going to drink it like that?" Lou tilted his head in confusion. "Yes? Well, it's just that I was taught that it's best to boil river water, to clean it first." Lou took a drink. "How can we boil water out here?" Charlie unzipped her backpack and pulled out the small pot at the top. "With this." Lou shook his head and smiled. "You're prepared for everything. Since humans can go a while without food, but only 3 days without water, a pot to boil water was the first thing I packed." Lou stood up. "Should I find some firewood?" "Yeah. How about you find some bigger branches, and I'll find some kindling, and we'll meet back here." "Sounds good." After they gathered what was needed for the fire, Charlie was searching in her backpack. "Oh no!" "What?" "I can't find my matches. I'm sure I packed them, I think." "Oh, I have some." Lou took his pack off his back, found his matchbox, and handed it over to her. Charlie lit the dried grass at the bottom, and the fire was up and burning in no time. She had positioned the logs on the top of the fire in a way where she could just set the pot of water on top. Charlie was looking around at their surroundings when she saw something sticking out of the bottom of a nearby bush. She moved closer. It was an old, dirty doll, partly buried under leaves, that looked like it had been there a few years. It reminded her of the time she had lost her doll when hiking. Father knew how much she loved it, so he told her he was going to go find it even if it took all night, and not to wait up for him. It did take all night, and he came back the next day with the doll. The memory made Charlie wonder who had once owned this doll in the forest, and if the girl was with her father now. Lou noticed that she looked sad. "You okay?" "Yeah, I was just remembering something." "A good something or a bad something?" "A good something. But good somethings can feel the saddest sometimes." Lou nodded in agreement and continued shaving pieces off a block of wood with his pocket knife. Charlie hadn't noticed what he was doing until now. "You carving something?" He chuckled. "I wish, but I never figured out how. So I just like to cut small pieces until there's nothing left." "Where'd you get the knife?" Charlie asked as she took her shoes off and put them in her backpack. "It was my dad's." Lou stared at his knife. Then he decided to change the subject. "If writing doesn't work out for your future, you should work for a forest rescue." "What's that?" Lou tilted his head. "It's what you're doing now. But they'll pay you. I guess, sorta like cops or firefighters. But they go rescue the lost people in the wilderness." Charlie sat up straighter. She was filled with excitement. "I didn't know people do that. I want to do that even if I'm a writer too. I'd probably do that even if they didn't pay me." Lou chuckled. "I never think of people getting lost in the wilderness because I never see people in the wilderness. Well, until you, now." Lou noticed the water was boiling and asked, "How are we going to get the pot out of the fire? The handle has got to be hot." Charlie unzipped her backpack and pulled out an oven mitt and put it on her hand. Lou smiled, shook his head, and said, "You thought of everything." Charlie smiled at that as she pulled the pot off the fire and set it on the ground. "Grandmother made this oven mitt." Charlie took it off her hand and put it back in her backpack. "I hope she's not mad that I took it without asking." "Is she pretty mean?" Lou asked. Charlie was startled by this question. "No way! Grandmother is the nicest, sweetest, best grandmother in the world. I hope you can meet her someday. Maybe after I find Father. She makes the best breads and jams and applesauce. You would love her. And now I'm hungry." Lou smiled at that. Charlie remembered something. "Oh yeah, do you want some cinnamon apple bread?" Lou looked confused at the question until Charlie opened her pack and pulled out a loaf of bread. "It's not sliced, so we'll have to just break off pieces." She ripped off a chunk and handed it to Lou. He inspected it because it looked a little funny to him. When he finally took a bite, his face lit up. Lou even stood up a little straighter. "This is amazing!" Charlie smiled at his reaction. "It's Grandfather's favourite. Grandmother makes it at least once a month." Charlie tore off a piece for herself and took a bite. When Lou finished his piece, which didn't take long, Charlie gave him another. "Thanks. I'm sure Grandmother would love to show you how to make it. She loves teaching people how to bake. You'd love Grandmother. She's the best." 6:30 p.m. They let the water cool down, drank it all, then boiled more to fill their canteens and Charlie's backup water bottle. Lou put his pack on his back. "Which way should we go?" "I think we should keep following the river. We could go out a little bit, but I think Father would have stayed near the river to have access to drinking water, especially in this heat." Just before they were about to continue their journey, Charlie noticed a huckleberry bush on the other side of the river. It was loaded with berries, so she crossed the log and ate a couple dozen of them. She yelled to Lou, "Want me to bring you some huckles?" "Yeah, that'd be great," Lou yelled back. Charlie filled the bottom of her shirt with berries, then started back across the log. She lost her balance and fell to her knees, causing the berries to fall into the river. One knee slipped and she started to fall again, but she managed to hold on to the log and wrap her legs around it. She was now hanging on the underside of it. The river water was just high enough to splash her back as it flowed by. Lou started running toward Charlie before she yelled, "Help! I'm slipping!" Her feet lost their hold and she slipped in the river while still holding on with her arms. The water was up to her shoulders. As she hung there, the current, although slight, was rocking her back and forth. Lou got to the log and quickly shuffled to the middle where Charlie was desperately clinging. Just as he reached for her hand, her fingers lost the last of what little grip they had and the river took her. The pressure of the current held her submerged only for a couple seconds. But in that short amount of time, the river made her feel like she had absolutely no control. None. Zero. She kept her mouth shut the best she could, but water still got in. Luckily, she was too scared to notice the burning sensation when it got in her nose too. Charlie splashed wildly due to her inability to swim. If she had a million hours, she still would not have been able to formulate a plan. She had no idea what it would take to go from being trapped in the water to being on land. Lou looked frantically for Charlie, and the second he spotted her, he dove in. The current wasn't moving that fast, but it was strong. Lou swam to her as fast as he could. He wrapped one arm around her, then tried swimming toward land with his free hand, but couldn't get far. The water kept pulling them further downstream. Lou yelled, "Wrap your arms around me!" Charlie must not have heard him or moved fast enough, so Lou yelled again, "Charlie, wrap your arms around me!" He felt her grab on, so he swam hard and got them close enough that they could both touch the riverbed with their feet while having their heads out of the water. Charlie still struggled to stand, so Lou wrapped his arms around her, under her armpits and dragged her out. He laid her on the ground, on her back, then covered his face with his hands. Lou was more emotionally drained than physically drained, because for a moment there, he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get her to safety. Charlie got to her hands and knees, coughing up the water she accidentally swallowed. Lou sat up and asked, "You all right?" Charlie stood and cleared her throat. "Yeah, I think so." She coughed again. "I think I swallowed a bunch of water." "You forgot to boil it." Lou laughed hard at his own joke. Charlie smiled. "Thank you for saving me." "No problem. I've always been a really good swimmer." Lou took his shoes off and dumped out the water. And then he took his socks off and wrung them out and hung them over a branch of a nearby tree. Charlie looked down at Lou's feet. What? How?" Lou responded with a, "What? How what?" Charlie continued with incomplete sentences. Your toes." Lou made her statement for her. "I have fewer toes than most people. Yeah, I was born this way." "Not just fewer toes than most people. 3 toes on your right and 2 toes on your left." "Yep. Looks like almost drowning didn't take away your ability to count." Lou laughed playfully. "That's the exact amount of toes my grandfather has. The exact amount on his right and his left." "Yeah. Huh. That is a strange coincidence." "That's more than a strange coincidence. I've never met anybody who was born with even 1 missing toe, let alone 5 missing toes. And the exact same ones on the exact same feet. How can this be? Are you... Are I... what?" "My grandfather." Lou chuckled. "What do you mean, am I your grandfather? How could I be your grandfather? You and I are the same age." With a frazzled look and in complete shock, Charlie replied, "I don't know. Time travel or something. How can this be? What on earth is going on? Are you my grandfather when he was 10 years old?" "How could I time travel? What are you talking about?" "I don't know. A time machine or something. Did you come here to find my dad, your son? You never told me what you're doing out here in the middle of the forest. How... Charlie narrowed her eyes at Lou, thinking, "If I had the ability to time travel, that wouldn't explain how I would know that my future son was missing and needed help and that I needed to travel to this place and time. I don't know. This would be a lot easier if you just told me, since you're the one that time travelled." Lou cracked a smile, and before he could figure out how to respond, "Maybe grandfather, you, the older you, maybe he sent for you. Somehow. He knew his son was missing an amount of time that would only mean something was wrong. He knew he couldn't go out and find him on his own because, well, his arm isn't fully healed. So, and ignore how crazy this next part sounds, he got in his time machine, time travelled to his 10-year-old self, you, told you that he's you from the future and that your future son is missing and needs to be found. You agreed and hopped in his time machine. He brought you here and now you're looking for him. Why choose his 10-year-old self? I don't know. Because you're a good swimmer. Am I only a good swimmer now? I hope I'm a good swimmer when I'm older. I don't know, but this is too wild to just be a coincidence." Lou leaned forward. "All right, so here's something that might help. If time travel is a real thing, and suppose I did time travel, then there would probably be some important rules or something, where I couldn't meet certain people or tell them certain things or them tell me certain things, because that could probably mess up future events, right? So, if I was a time traveller, I probably wouldn't tell you, and for good reason. So you might as well drop it. Charlie grinned. So you are grandfather. Lou laughed. You're a silly one. She pointed at him. That's what grandfather would say. Lou shook his head. Charlie was thinking back, trying to remember if she had ever seen pictures from when grandfather was younger. She thought she had, but couldn't bring a specific image to her mind. She realised that she didn't know much about grandfather's past at all. Just the few stories he had told her, and all the stories grandmother had told her were from after they met in high school. 8:03 p.m. Charlie was exhausted. She had never walked so much in one day before, and the bear encounter and her time in the river didn't help. On top of that, she was going over endless questions in her mind about Lou being grandfather. But she didn't want to bother him with too many more questions than she had already asked. So she kept many of them to herself, trying to come up with her own answers. Well, we should probably get going, I guess. Or should we stay here a bit longer? Charlie asked, while not seeming too sure herself. Lou looked up at the sky. It's getting dark. I think we need to sleep before we go on any further. Charlie hadn't really thought about the time. She had planned on finding father right away, and definitely didn't think she'd be gone overnight. She wanted to keep looking, but she knew Lou was probably right. And the spot they were at seemed better for sleeping than most of the forest they had seen that day. There was an open patch of land near the river with nothing that looked too pokey on the ground. Charlie looked around. I don't think I've ever been this far into the forest before. I hope we're going the right way. Lou noticed her looking worried. Let's not worry about that right now. The most important thing right now is sleep. Charlie decided to pretend she'd stop worrying, because she didn't want Lou to keep worrying about her. She tried to imagine which part of her face was looking worried, and she tried to stop doing whatever was causing that. They found a good spot under the tree, a couple of feet apart from each other. It was so warm out that they didn't need a fire, but they decided to make one and have it going through the night to keep bears and mountain lions away. They both looked at the stars. Charlie was thinking about how she wanted to tell Lou that she felt like he was her best friend. But since she had only known him for one day, she felt silly about saying it. And so she didn't. Instead, she pointed to the sky. See that triangle of stars? Yeah. That's called the Summer Triangle. That's Vera, Deneb, and Altair. They make up the Summer Triangle. Are you making this up right now? Charlie laughed. No, that's what they're called. Says who? Books. She laughed again. Oh yeah. Lou smiled, then pointed to the sky. What's that really bright one called? That one. Charlie pointed, and for a second had a look on her face thinking he was joking. Charlie didn't know that she knew a lot of things that many people didn't know. That's Jupiter. Lou's eyes got big. Like the planet? I didn't know you could see planets in the sky. Golly, that's cool. Charlie enjoyed seeing the amazement on Lou's face. Lou? He turned to look at her. She continued. I really enjoy talking with you. I had a great day today. Me too. Lou smiled. But next time we hang out, Let's aim for fewer bears and fewer near drownings." "Deal," she laughed. "There aren't any kids my age near my house, so this has been really fun. No kids near your house at all. My house is surrounded by farms and this forest. The nearest city is an hour's drive away. Not many houses between my house and the city. But we do have a cherry orchard, and the hired cherry pickers sometimes camp near the house during picking season, and they bring their kids sometimes." "So you've never had a long-time best friend or anything?" "I did once. There was a family that lived on a farm near us, with a kid my age. We grew up together, and we were best friends. But they moved away when I was 6. Charlie and Lou stared off at the sky in silence for a while. "I can't believe my grandfather is a time traveller," Charlie thought aloud. "I can't believe I'm hanging out with my grandfather when he was my age. This is so wild. I'm not a time traveller. I'm not your grandfather. I'm just a boy with some missing toes. Oh, and your name is Lou." He seemed confused, then looked at her. "Your grandfather's name isn't Lou." Charlie smiled, feeling that she had caught him. "It's not." She squinted at him questioningly. "But how did you know that? He paused. "It would be too much of a coincidence." "More of a coincidence than having 5 missing toes?" He tilted his head one way, then the other. "Fair point. Also, grandfather's middle name is Lewis. If you didn't want me to know you're my time-travelling grandfather, you should have picked a different name." Lou rolled his eyes. "I didn't pick it. My mum did. You know, if you didn't let me see your toes, I wouldn't have known your time-travelling secret." Lou became visibly irritated. "I stopped hiding my toes long ago." "Huh?" she asked. Lou regretted his comment instantly. "Sorry, I was just thinking out loud." "What did you mean about hiding your toes?" Lou sighed. "When I was younger, any kids that saw my toes made fun of me and wouldn't be friends with me because I wasn't normal. So I used to always keep my toes hidden." Charlie felt too sad to say anything right away. Lou added, "I didn't mean to unload that on you, honest. It doesn't bother me. It did, but it doesn't anymore. I don't let it. I don't hide them anymore. I'm fine. Nothing to worry about." Charlie was trying to hold her tears inside, not wanting to cry in front of her new friend. More than sadness, she felt anger. She knew about her grandfather's toes and never thought anything of them. They were different from others, but that was it. Her grandfather always took care of her and kept her safe. She never thought about having to defend him, but here she was feeling very angry and defensive. Charlie could tell by Lou's tone that even though he was acting like he was fine, it still hurt him to think about it. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to find every single person that had made fun of his toes and hurt them. She didn't know how to, but she knew that she wanted to. Charlie had never felt this way before. It was the first time she ever wanted to hurt anyone. Lou didn't want anyone feeling sorry for him, so he changed the subject. "The stars look amazing tonight." Charlie didn't say anything at first. Then, "Lou?" "Charlie?" She smiled. "Do your parents know where you are right now?" He laughed in a way that meant, "If you knew my situation with my parents, you wouldn't have asked that." Then said, "My mum probably hasn't noticed that I'm not home, and I don't have a dad." "What happened to your dad?" "He left around the time I was born." "What do you mean left?" "Left where?" "Not sure." Charlie couldn't understand this concept. She wasn't sure what to say, but tried anyway. "Parents can't leave their children. They have to take care of them." Why would a parent want to leave their child? Lou tilted his head in disbelief. I think you've been living under a rock. A rock with really nice parents. What do you mean? Charlie asked, trying not to feel offended. Just that you're a bit sheltered. You haven't been around enough people. The right kind of people to understand how the world can be. Charlie liked learning the answers to things she didn't know, but she didn't know how to find out if he was right about her being too sheltered. She couldn't find out tonight, so she said, Yeah, I guess maybe so. Wait, I thought your canteen was from your father. And your pocket knife. Lou shrugged. Yeah, my mum gave me pretty much everything he left. His old army uniform, canteen, pocket knife. Just a few things like that. Oh, I see. Want to hear something dumb? Yeah, Charlie said in a neutral tone. Sometimes I convince myself that my mum lied to me about my dad leaving me. I imagine that he was a spy, and that around the time I was born, he was sent on a mission so important that he had to go even though he didn't want to leave me, and that he's out there somewhere saving lives and doing everything in his power to get back to me, because he wants to be my dad. After a prolonged silence, Lou laughed. Charlie made a slight, noise, acknowledging that she heard him, but she wasn't sure what to say next. She didn't want to give up on understanding how Lou's father could leave him, but she remembered what he had said about his mother, and switched over to questions about her. You said your mother wouldn't notice you gone. Why? Well, she's not around much, and when she is, I try not to be around much. She'll put a little food in the house sometimes, and yell at me if the school calls to say I skipped. But for the most part, she doesn't pay too much attention to me. And that's fine with me. Charlie was just as baffled by this as she was over his father leaving. She wondered if his mother didn't have the dresser-destroying love built in her that her mother had. Was father wrong? Was he lying? No, of course he wasn't lying. Was he exaggerating? Does he not know what some parents are like? Maybe it's most mothers, but not all. Or all mothers but one. Was Lou's mother born wrong? Was she the only one? Charlie didn't know why exactly, but something made her say, Lou, you never told me how you got that black eye. Yeah, I guess I didn't. It wasn't my mum, if that's what you're thinking. I got in a fight. Charlie sat up quickly. She couldn't imagine grandfather ever getting in a fight. A fight? Why? With who? Lou laughed at Charlie's excitement. Some kid that called my mum a drunk. What's a drunk? Do you not know what alcohol is? Nope. Should I? Lou chuckled. It's probably for the best that you don't. Alcohol is something that some people drink, and it makes them act really funny. They stumble around yelling things and fall asleep in strange places. Sounds weird. Anyways, the people that like to drink a lot of alcohol are called drunks. Someone called my mum a drunk, and I punched him in the face. Charlie's jaw dropped about as far as it could drop. Is she? What? I mean your mum. Does she drink that stuff? Yeah, my mum is very much a drunk. Why did you punch him if she does drink that stuff? She may be a drunk, but nobody's going to call her that around me. She's my mum. Charlie tried to gather her thoughts. She was still sad and angry about people making fun of his toes. She was also still sad and angry about Lou's parents being how they were. And she tried to understand the need Lou had for defending his mother even though she treated him badly. Charlie didn't want to question him on that choice, so she asked, "What did the other kid look like after the fight?" "He looked the same as before the fight. I threw the punch at his face, but it barely made contact and he blocked it. I'm the only one who took a real punch in that fight." Charlie lay back on the ground. "Your life is so different from mine. I've always imagined grandfather's childhood being somewhat like mine." Lou laughed and shook his head. "No matter how many times you say I'm your grandfather, it's not going to make it true. Grandfather or not, I'm glad you came with me today and stuck around." "Me too," Lou yawned. "Oh, I'm getting sleepy. Good night, Charlie." Charlie wasn't tired and wanted to keep talking to him as long as she could. But she didn't want to be rude and keep him up. So, as hard as it was for her to get the words out, she said, "Good night, Lou." Charlie had a tough time falling asleep that night. Many new things were flooding her mind. It was partly due to her amazement about having a sleepover in the forest with her time-travelling grandfather, and partly due to the devastating news she just discovered about her grandfather's childhood. Then there were her feelings about almost dying, twice that day. Just about every night of her life that she could remember, endless thoughts flowed into her brain right when she laid down. And for some reason, most of the stressful thoughts waited for nighttime. Normally, Mother would lay with her for a while before bed each night, and that helped a lot. She wished she had Mother at her side in that moment. Charlie closed her eyes and quietly sang to herself the nightly nursery rhyme, imagining that it was Mother singing to her. "Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 24 blackbirds baked in a pie." Lou was facing away from Charlie, so she didn't know he was still awake and listening. "When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?" This was the first time in Lou's life that he heard a song being sung at bedtime. "The king was in his counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlour, eating bread and honey." Lou cried a few tears, and then a few more. And the reason for his tears was not because this was the first time he was sung to sleep. No, Lou cried for another reason. And before too long, he fell asleep. "The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when down came a blackbird and pecked off her nose." Charlie kissed the tips of her fingers, then pressed them against her own forehead and whispered to herself, "Good night, Charlie." Chapter 19. The Misery. Day 5 since Father went missing. 6:47 a.m. Not the warmth of the sun, nor its bright shining rise woke Charlie the next morning. Her troubled mind called for a bit more sleep than it might have on most days. It was the cooing of the doves that eventually woke her. Charlie's eyes opened, but she didn't sit up just yet. The fire was mostly out, with a faint amount of smoke coming from where it had been. She watched the water flowing no more than 10 feet from her. On the other side of the river, a deer had its head to the ground, eating whatever grew there. A fawn came up from behind her, nearly half the size of its mother, and seemingly, without any conversation, took over, eating her breakfast. Charlie felt a warm sense of approval from the mother. While watching these two majestic creatures, Charlie felt a longing for her parents. Yet, at the same time, she felt much more grown up and independent than she ever had. This was her first time waking up without the nearby protection of at least one parent. And her first full day finding all of her own food. She was proud of her accomplishments, but even so, she didn't want to be without her parents. Lou, where's Lou? Charlie thought to herself. She sat up and looked around frantically, but he wasn't in sight. Neither was his backpack. Lou! She yelled out, accidentally scaring the deer away. But Charlie didn't notice. She hopped to her feet and called out again. Lou! Where is he? Charlie ran a few feet, then around a couple of trees to take a look before going another direction. She went to the log across the river that she had fallen off the day before and stepped on it, more cautiously than she normally would have. She walked to the other end to see if he had gone over to that side of the river, but didn't see him there either. Where could he be? Remembering one of Father's lessons, Charlie took her water boiling pot, filled it with river water, and poured it on what remained of the fire. She shook a few drips out of the pot and put it in her backpack. She thought that if she climbed a tree, she might have a better view. She started climbing. Thoughts filled her mind. I hope he's okay. I hope he didn't leave without saying goodbye. If he has to leave, he has to. But he can't not say goodbye, right? When she was more than 10 feet up, Charlie looked out in all of the directions. But there was no Lou to be seen. More thoughts poured in. Did I make him up? Was he not real? She kept climbing up and around to the other side of the trunk to see further and in more directions. I do have a wild imagination, but he was real, right? And he was also the kid version of my grandfather who time-travelled from the past. Okay, maybe I made him up. She didn't fully believe these intrusive thoughts, hence the continued climbing. But she was uncertain. Charlie grabbed a branch, pulled herself up, and all of a sudden, there was a foot in front of her face. A human foot in a shoe. A Lou shoe. She looked up to find Lou sitting on a branch thick enough to hold a Lou. He was smiling at her. Her jaw dropped with joy. Why didn't you say anything when I called out for you? I almost did, but then I thought it'd be funny to watch you look for me, Lou said with a playful laugh. Not funny at all. Charlie slipped one of his shoes off his foot and dropped it to the ground. She stuck her tongue out at him, followed by a "take that" smile. A chase down the tree ensued. They were nearly equal in their climbing skills, but Charlie started lower, so she reached the bottom first. She fell to the ground laughing. Lou swung from the lowest branch and landed next to her. Watching Charlie rolling and laughing made him laugh too. He eventually put his shoe on and said, "Should we get going? Huckleberries first." Charlie wasn't normally a fan of breakfast so early, but she had eaten a lot less on this journey than she typically would have at home. "I'll race you." Charlie ran to the log and crossed it without any of the hesitation she had just 10 minutes ago. She was across it before Lou could yell, "Wait!" Lou ran toward the log, and when he saw her hop down to the ground on the other side of it, he added, "You are absolutely crazy. Don't you remember yesterday?" "Yeah, but that was different." He crossed the log himself. "Different from what?" "I don't know." She laughed at her own nonsense, and they both ate huckleberries until there was no more in sight. Then they were on their way. 7:30 a.m. They walked alongside the river. She was in front of him by a few feet, as she had been most of the time since they met. Which made sense considering Lou was just tagging along, and Charlie was the one on a specific mission. They each had walking sticks, about the length from the ground to their shoulders, that they had found that morning. They weren't really using the sticks to help them walk. They were primarily using them to knock down and guide bramble vines, and really any movable vegetation that was in their way. But the bramble vines were what made them grateful for these sticks, as they had both suffered numerous scratches and cuts on their ankles and calves from the thorns. Charlie turned to Lou excitedly. "There's a bunch of juicy-looking blackberries over there." She pointed at them with her walking stick and asked, "You still hungry?" Lou shook his head. "I think I'm going to hold off on blackberries for a while after yesterday. I'll leave mine for the bears." Just saying this made Lou look around a bit more carefully. Charlie had a sad expression on her face from the idea of passing up good food. "I was thinking the same thing, but I hope we find something else we can eat. Soon. Want some hazelnuts?" Charlie turned to face Lou so quickly that it startled him, and he took a step back. "You have hazelnuts?" Her face looked shocked, as if she had been deceived, yet there was excitement in her eyes. Lou took his pack off and answered, "Yeah, a whole bunch." He reached in and pulled out a quart-sized mason jar filled to the top. "I forgot I had these." Charlie's mouth started to water as she recalled their wonderful flavour. "Hazelnuts are my favourite nut." "Here, have all you want." He handed her the jar happily. Her eyes got big as she accepted his offer. She twisted the lid off and handed it to Lou. Carefully, so as not to spill any over the side, she poured as big a handful as she could into her cupped palm and put them in her mouth all at once. Lou was very surprised by what he was witnessing. It was his turn to look shocked. Charlie was excited about the flavour, but had regrets about how many she put in her mouth in one go. She was trying to chew one or two at a time on one side of her mouth, while the other side had a cheek filled as full as it could be. On top of that, she was having an uncontrollable smile at Lou's reaction, which made it that much harder for her to chew. "You look like a chipmunk." Charlie laughed so hard that a third of the hazelnuts flew out of her mouth. Lou put his hands to his mouth, trying to stifle his laughter. He took a couple hazelnuts and popped them in his mouth while looking at her and smiling. She had to turn away, trying to keep the remaining hazelnuts in. After finishing her mouthful of hazelnuts, acting as if everything was perfectly normal, she turned to Lou and said, "I think we need to go around these brambles. They go all the way up to the river." Lou, still smiling about her hazelnut choices, nodded. "I agree." She grinned and grabbed a more reasonable handful of hazelnuts, much smaller than before, put them in her mouth, and started walking around the large cluster of brambles. Lou put the jar of hazelnuts back in his pack and followed. Charlie used her stick to move bramble vines out of her way. "Do you use a machine? Or is it a little handheld device?" Lou looked up. "What?" "For the time travel." Lou laughed. "I told you I'm not a time traveller." "No, you told me that if you were a time traveller, that you would tell me you weren't. And you aren't telling me. So that means that you are. I told you that to get you to stop talking about it. If I knew you'd keep talking about it, I wouldn't have said it." Charlie smiled. "Too late." 8 a.m. Charlie yelled out, "Father!" Lou also yelled out, "Father!" Charlie turned to him and said, "You can't call your son father." Lou laughed at that. Charlie continued. Also, he wouldn't recognize your voice. He might think it's someone looking for somebody else and not respond. You better leave the father calling to me. Fair point. What's his name? You know his name. A flustered Charlie responded. What I want to know is, why did grandfather send you? You seem to know nothing about wilderness survival. Hey, I know plenty about survival, just not bears or berries. Who was the one prepared with matches, huh? Charlie wasn't paying attention. Did he send you to look for father? Lou shook his head, but not as an answer. And what about the hazelnuts? He added, to bolster his claim about survival preparedness. Again, Charlie ignored him. Did he send you to look for me? Did he think I needed help? Well, you sorta did need saving from the river. You sorta needed saving from a bear. Fair. Charlie continued thinking out loud. Why did he send 10-year-old him and not 20-year-old him? No offence, but if you were sending a younger version of yourself to find someone, might as well send an older, stronger version. Lou shrugged. 9 a.m. Hey, look at this! Lou called out to Charlie, who was 20 or so feet in front of him. She ran back to him. He reached under a bush and pulled out a rusty soda can. It was so old and rusty you couldn't see the brand name. I wonder how long it's been out here, Lou said. Yeah, that looks old. I'm guessing 500 years, Lou said, who seemed to have no knowledge of the time frame for the invention of aluminium cans. Yeah, probably, Charlie replied. She knew a lot of things about a lot of things, but considering that she could count on one hand the amount of times she ever tasted soda, soda cans weren't at the top of her learning list. It feels like there's something in here. Lou shook the can and heard what sounded like little pebbles moving around. He brought the can to his eye and peered into the opening at the top, but it was dark inside. Just then, a spider crawled out of it and startled Lou, making him drop the can and jump back. He looked at Charlie and breathed a sigh of relief. She laughed and said, We gotta find out what's in there. Spiders? Spiders are what's in there, Lou said, to encourage no further investigation. It was probably just one. She tapped it with her foot and then picked it up and shook it. I wonder how we can open it. How come? What if there's some kind of treasure in it? Treasure? Why would there be treasure in it? What if the person that was out here a long time ago with this can was running from people that wanted his treasure? And maybe he hid small jewels or coins or rolled up a map and put it in there. But then he was killed or couldn't find his way back or something, and now it's just here. Lou had been soaking in her story intently. His eyes got really big, and half of his mouth curled into a smile. Okay, I've heard you say a silly thing or two on this journey, but you're making a really good point right now. We need in that can. What about your pocket knife? Can that cut through cans like this? I think so. He reached in his pocket, removed the knife, and brought the blade out of its home. Charlie handed him the can and watched with great anticipation as Lou set the can on the ground on its side, holding the bottom of it with one hand, not the top, in case another spider came out. With his other hand, he cut the can completely in half. Lou dropped the knife and picked up both halves, shaking the contents out onto the ground. There wasn't much, just a couple of pebbles, a stick, a spiderweb, and some sludgy rust. They both looked disappointed, and they both made sounds that shared their disappointment with each other. Then Charlie said, Oh well, and stood up. Lou closed his pocket knife and stood too. Charlie picked up one of the pebbles from the can, put it in her pocket and said, "I guess we better be off." 10 a.m. Charlie stopped walking, tilted her head to the side in that thinking way, then started walking again. If you're my 10-year-old grandfather, and you're here, which means you aren't where you would have been if you weren't here, what would have happened if that bear killed you yesterday? Lou felt uncomfortable thinking of the idea of being killed by a bear. He was also trying to make sure he followed what she just said. But before he could replay it all in his mind, Charlie continued. Would that mean you wouldn't have grown up and had father, and then I wouldn't exist? She actually looked worried after she got the words out. 11 a.m. Lou, Charlie cried out. He was lagging behind at this point, but came running when he heard her. What is it? Charlie was on her knees, reaching out for an injured bird that was flopping around. One of its wings seemed fine. That one was flapping, but the other was bent badly and wasn't moving. He's hurt! He needs our help! Charlie cried out again. Lou knelt down next to Charlie and watched the bird. There's a lot of blood on the ground. What should we do? She asked in a panic. Lou was calm but sympathetic. I don't know. Not sure what we can do, especially out here. Charlie kept trying to grab it, but the closer she got, the further it flopped away. Lou put his hand on her shoulder and said, Hey, I don't know if you should touch it. I don't think it's good to touch bleeding animals. They can have diseases, and it's scared. It might peck you. Charlie kept trying anyway. I'm not worried about him pecking me. She looked back at Lou, crying. He's hurt. He probably needs to go back to his family. She turned back to the bird, which had stopped flopping at this point. It just lay there still, aside from its chest heaving. Charlie thought he was looking at her. His family probably needs him. What if he doesn't make it back to his family? Lou wasn't sure, but he thought she wasn't only talking about the bird. He stayed kneeling, but leaned in closer to Charlie and wrapped his arms around her. Her shoulder was against his chest, and he rested his head behind the back of her head. Charlie, we're going to find your dad. We're going to. She closed her eyes tightly as Lou continued. But I don't think this bird is going to make it. I think we need to put it out of its misery. No, we can't hurt him. She stared at the bird. It still wasn't moving, aside from the rise and fall of its chest. She wrestled with scenarios like the bird's family finding him and carrying him back to the nest and fixing him up. An image of a bird doctor with a stethoscope around its neck popped into her mind. Normally, she would think of something like this while writing one of her stories. A fun story. She was mad at her brain for letting such a goofy image come to her at such a serious moment. She kept watching his chest rise and fall. Lou didn't say anything for a while. He wanted to give her time to think it over. Charlie imagined holding the bird, and then realized she wouldn't know how to fix him even if he let her try. Which, so far, he hadn't. Then she pictured him lying here, bleeding and flopping around for days. Which made her accept that Lou was probably right. As much as the idea made her feel sick. She said, I don't think I can do it. It's okay. I can do it, Lou said. Then he looked back at the bird and let out an unsure, I think. Charlie stared at the bird a second longer, then said, No, you're right. We can't save him, and he's suffering. We need to help him not suffer, and I should be able to do it. They both started looking around, trying to think of what might work best. Lou picked up a stick, looked at it, then threw it back down. He noticed a lot of rocks close to the river and touched a couple, and picked up one that was so big and heavy he had to hold it with both hands. Hey, I think maybe a big rock would be best. I was thinking that it's probably the best way to make it quick, you know? Her detailed imagination showed her an image of the bird's body being squished, flattened, blood coming out, with more detail than she wanted. This made her think of what she had heard of open caskets for human deaths, and she wasn't sure if she wanted the bird to look deformed after they put him out of its misery. What if his family finds him and can't recognize him, and they never stop searching for answers? Do birds think like that? But what else can I do? We can't let him suffer, she thought. Charlie reached out and Lou handed her the rock, which was heavier than she imagined. She walked up to the bird. Lou said, I think you need to drop it from high up, like above your head, and make sure it hits the whole bird. Charlie lifted the rock above her head. She felt like the bird was staring at her. You need to do this. It's for the best. Be strong, she told herself. She thought about how certain she was that Father would approve. No, not just approve. He'd be proud of her. Proud that she helped this animal that was suffering in a way that's hard to do. She felt like she was beginning to do what needed to be done. But it was just a feeling. She hadn't really moved at all, aside from the involuntary movement from how heavy the rock was, and it was getting heavier. Lou noticed a tear roll down her cheek, and he reached up and put his hands around the rock. This movement made the bird flap its good wing a couple times, but at this point it couldn't get off its back if it wanted to. Lou's hand brushed against Charlie's hand, and that seemed to calm her. After he took the rock, he said, Put your back against mine. Huh? He repeated, Put your back against mine, against my back. She wasn't sure why he asked her to do that, but she trusted him. Step, and she pressed her back against his back. Lou didn't want her to watch him kill the bird. He could tell it was upsetting her. But he also didn't want to directly tell her not to watch. Lou lifted the rock above his head. He wanted to close his eyes, but he didn't want to miss his mark. So he kept them open as he slammed the rock to the ground. "11:30 a.m. Charlie yelled out, Father! She stopped walking, stared at the ground for a moment, then closed her eyes. She opened them, looked up, and at the top of her lungs, the loudest she had ever yelled, she yelled, Father! And there were cracks of desperation in her scream. We've been searching for 2 days. I thought this was the way he would have gone, but clearly I was wrong. Charlie wasn't talking to Lou. Not really. And she got more upset the more she talked. This forest is endless. He could have gone any direction, but we're following this stupid river. Lou felt bad for her, but he didn't know what to do or say, so he hung his head down. Charlie sat on the ground and laid her stick down and let her backpack fall behind her. She pulled something out of her pocket. Then She pulled her knees up to her chest and buried her face in her knees and started crying, while occasionally glancing at what she was holding. Lou thought that maybe she was still feeling upset about the bird and thought maybe some encouraging words might help. He squatted down in front of her and said, "Still sad about the bird?" She didn't respond. "It's a part of life. It's sad, but I think it's good that we were there to stop it suffering." After saying that, he noticed what she was holding. "Is that a compass?" She nodded. "Does it say if we're going the right way?" he asked, with the intention of distracting her from whatever she was going through. Charlie didn't look up, and quietly, through a small crying sound, she said, "We don't need it. Not while we're following the river. Father gave it to me the first time he let me hike by myself." Lou noticed a tear go from her knee, down her leg, and disappeared into her shoe. "He seems to have a real hard time letting me go that day." A little laugh found its way out of her. "He kept saying, 'I'll just go a little further with you, then you can go off on your own.' But a little further became a lot further. I eventually had to stand in front of him, look him in the eyes, and say, 'You have to stop walking. You have to let me go.'" The compass fell out of Charlie's hand and hit the ground. Lou stared at the compass. It was pointing north. His new feelings were working their way through his mind. Charlie cleared her throat, but she kept her head down. "What if he died? Father? What if Father is dead?" These weren't questions. She didn't view this idea as something that had an answer, but she started thinking this was the case. "We'll find him," Lou said. She lifted her head and looked at him as tears ran down her red cheeks. "You don't know that. And maybe you're right, but maybe you're not. What if he did die? I hadn't accepted that as a real possibility until now. I don't think I can live without him. What if he's really dead?" Lou didn't say anything for a moment. He had the feeling that she didn't want to be comforted by optimism right now. He tried to come up with the right words since it was such a difficult topic. He finally said, "Everyone does die eventually. Usually really old people, but sometimes there are accidents. I have a friend whose baby brother died when he was only 3. 3 years old." Charlie seemed to be staring off, past him, through him, and she didn't respond. So Lou continued, "I imagine if he died, your father, it would be really hard. But maybe, over time, things would feel better. It sounds like your mum is amazing, and you said your grandparents are wonderful, and you—" She cut him off abruptly, yelling, "Stop it! Stop it! What do you know? You never even had a father. You have no idea what it might be like to lose him." She immediately felt sick and regretted every word. Charlie had no idea why she said them. It was just that what he was saying was too easy for her to imagine, and she didn't want to hear it anymore. She knew he was just trying to be helpful. She wanted to take it all back, but it was too late. She wanted to apologize, but she couldn't figure out how. Her mouth opened uncontrollably, wanting to fix it, to fix what she just said, to fix what her words just did. Did she hurt Lou? Did she lose her friend? Was this something Grandfather didn't know, but when she gets home, it'll be a new part of his memories? Will he hate me? The idea of Grandfather hating her was devastating. She buried her face in her knees again and started crying. Lou didn't feel comfortable standing there and watching her cry, so he walked around. He was hurt by what Charlie had said, but he knew deep down that she didn't intend to be hurtful. After 10 minutes of walking, he thought of something and returned to her. Charlie was sitting in the exact same spot, but now her legs were folded, eyes closed, and her stick laid across her lap. Lou walked up and stood in front of her in a sword-fighting stance. He slowly moved his stick sword down toward her, like he was expecting a specific response. She opened her eyes and stared up at him with a, "What are you doing, weirdo?" stare. His stick made light contact with her shoulder. She looked at it, then back up at him, confused. "That was an invitation to a sword fight," he said. "A sword fight? We don't have swords." Lou pulled the stick back, holding it straight up in the air, and pointed at it with a, "What do you think this thing is?" look on his face. Charlie looked at him questioningly. "Have you never played swords with sticks?" "Nope, but I have read a lot of books with sword fights," she volunteered, while still showing no interest. Lou held his sword just above his head horizontally. "Here, do this." She did. "And hold tight." She did. Lou lightly swung his sword down to make contact. She half smiled. Lou repositioned his sword and said, "Now you swing at me." Charlie stayed sitting and swung her sword toward his legs, but he blocked it. She found that stick contact to be exhilarating and got to her feet in seconds. But her smile suddenly turned sad, and she couldn't look at him. "Lou." He stopped her with a "shh," then threw his arms around her, held her tight, and whispered in her ear, "You don't need to say anything, okay?" "Okay," she answered back in a similar whisper. Lou slowly pulled out of the embrace. He noticed the compass on the ground and picked it up. Then he tucked his stick sword in his armpit so he could put the compass in Charlie's hand, using both of his. Lou took a step back, got into his fighting stance, and smiled. She smiled back as she put the compass in her pocket. They took turns swinging and blocking and sword fighting. They were even sword fighting while balancing on a log. One time, Lou ducked and Charlie's sword struck a giant tree. Another time, Charlie backed up to avoid Lou's wooden blade, and she stepped knee-deep into the river. There was so much laughter, it echoed through the trees. Charlie lunged forward and swung down. Lou blocked her and tried to push her sword off to the side with his. But she still had momentum from the lunge, so instead, her sword slid down his sword and got his index finger pretty good. "Ouch!" he yelled out as he dropped his sword. Lou held onto his hurt hand and hopped around like a lunatic. Charlie was horrified and immediately dropped her sword. "Are you okay? I'm sorry." Lou was clearly in pain, but not even the slightest bit mad. Still hopping around, he only got a few words out at a time. "It's okay. I'll be fine. I forgot to mention, playing swords always ends in finger smashing." Just then, Charlie spotted something on the ground near a fallen log. "Hey, look!" She turned to Lou. "More cherry pits and stems. It's Father. He must have followed the river. We're on the right track." Charlie was so excited she couldn't think of what to do next. Lou yelled, "Let's go!" 11:45 a.m. If you're experiencing this now, being around me while you're 10, doesn't that mean that the older you, the grandfather I know, knew this whole time that we'd meet and go on this journey together?" Lou smiled, the way he always did after Charlie asked a time travel question that he had no plans of entertaining. She continued talking, as she always did, and tried to answer her own question with another question. Or does he only know the possibilities of when he was you, but you can decide new things to do, and then his brain is updated with new things as you do them? Lou shook his head and kept smiling as Charlie kept talking. "There must have been a time where you were your age now and didn't go on this journey, because the older you did not exist yet to travel to you and help you travel, right?" My head hurts. I think I hurt my own head. But it's definitely your fault for not telling me. Charlie heard something and whipped her head around. She yelled out, "Father!" A moment later, she turned to Lou. "Do you hear that?" "What?" "Listen," she whispered. Lou closed his eyes to focus his ears. "I hear it." "What is that?" His eyes opened. They both ran toward the sound, ducking under the trees that blocked the path next to the river. Lou noticed that the river turned into a waterfall before Charlie did. He came to an abrupt stop and grabbed her hand, stopping her just in time. Charlie would have been more shocked about almost going over the edge of the waterfall if she wasn't so stunned by the beautiful view. Charlie and Lou stared in amazement. They were standing above a giant canyon. On their left, the river became a waterfall that dropped 100 feet down and crashed into a deep pool, throwing big clouds of mist in the air. The river then continued to flow through the canyon, lined by trees on either side. The canyon was 3 times as wide as it was deep, and it went on as far as they could see. The river and trees in the canyon weren't much different from the river and trees they had been seeing this whole journey. But now they were above it, high above it. Charlie loved seeing it this way. "It's so beautiful." She felt weird using those words that would normally be an appropriate description for many things. But she didn't know any way to describe how much more beautiful this was to her than almost all other things she found beautiful. Lou said, "Golly, I've never seen anything like it. I want to get a better look at the waterfall." Charlie started walking around the ledge. "It's just amazing." "Hey," she said as she pointed down, her eyes filling with excitement. "It looks like a giant open cave or something behind the waterfall. Maybe we can walk behind it." "Oh yeah, but that's, pretty far down," Lou said. Charlie looked around for the nearest way down. "Come on, there's got to be a way." Lou noticed something that caused him to take a step forward. How about this rope?" "What?" Charlie ran over to see. One end of the rope was wrapped around the nearest tree a couple times and tied. The rest of the rope was hanging over the edge and led down to the floor of the canyon. Charlie knelt down and picked it up. "I think this is Father's rope." Lou looked at her like she had said something silly. "It's a rope. They all look the same." "Okay, good point. But I still think this is my father's. His rope has knots just like this." Then it hit her. "We found him!" Charlie jumped up and threw her arms around Lou. "We found him! Lou, we found him!" After letting go of him, she looked down into the canyon, then back at Lou. "Now we really have to go down there." Lou leaned forward and cautiously looked over the edge. "Do you think it's safe?" "Yeah, I've climbed down ropes many times with Father." Lou looked skeptical. Yeah, but if this is his rope, he didn't come back up after climbing down, since it's still here. So maybe it's not that safe. Well, I need to go get Father. You don't have to come if you don't think it's safe. I'm not worried about me. I don't want you getting hurt. This is a long climb. Charlie glanced over the edge again. I'll be fine. It's not that steep. There's an incline. Lou looked down again. You're crazy. Absolutely crazy. And I'm not sure if you know what the word incline means. If it makes you feel better, I see a lot of bushes down there that could break our fall. That did not make him feel better. If anything would have talked him out of going, that was it. Charlie smiled. Come on. The rope had knots in it every 2 feet for an easier grip. She grabbed the rope tightly on one of its knots and knelt on the ground, then hung one leg over the edge, trying to find a foothold. We should go one at a time. I'll let you know when I'm at the bottom. Lou nodded nervously. Both of Charlie's hands were on the rope as her other leg went over. Now she was entirely on the side of the canyon wall. She felt strong and at home at this moment. Charlie looked at Lou. Hey, Lou. Even though you won't admit you're my time-traveling grandfather, I want you to know I've had a great time with the younger you. Why are you saying that like once you start climbing down this rope, we aren't going to see each other again? I just felt like saying it in case you disappear on me for time-travel-y reasons. Since she was holding the rope, she wasn't able to wipe away the tears that she couldn't hold in any longer. It's not every day someone gets to spend time with their grandfather's younger self. And I don't want you to go home without knowing how much I enjoyed our time together. She started descending one knot at a time into the canyon. Charlie? She hadn't gone far when Lou called out to her. Yeah? I agree. It's been a great time. She smiled, then continued her descent. About 20 feet down, Charlie became a little more worried than she expected, but knew she couldn't say anything after having gone step and on to Lou about it being safe. She continued without a word. When she reached the bottom, she yelled, Okay, I made it. Your turn. It took Lou a little longer, but he eventually made it to the bottom as well. Come on! Charlie started running toward the waterfall, with Lou trailing just behind her. The waterfall had concealed a 100-foot wall of dark stone that was hollowed out on the bottom, making an open cave just behind the water. Charlie cautiously walked into the cave and behind the massive waterfall. The cloud of mist that rose up sprayed both of them, which was perfect on this miserably hot day. Charlie closed her eyes and lifted her arms up above her head, then spun in circles, letting the mist cover her. The waterfall was so loud, Lou had to yell, This is so awesome! Charlie smiled big. I know! This might be the most amazing thing I've ever experienced. Just then, Charlie heard another voice. It sounded faint, but she thought it was yelling. Maybe the word, hello. She turned toward the sound, but didn't see anything. Lou, did you hear that? Hear what? I can barely hear you, Lou yelled back. From where Charlie was standing, she could see all the way to the top of the canyon where the water fell from, and the wall of dark rock behind it all the way to the top. Charlie started to question if she had actually heard anything as she looked into the cave behind her, took a few steps, and looked up. The dark rock ceiling of the cave was just a couple of feet above her. She pressed her hands flat against it and pressed up, testing its sturdiness. Then started toward the back of the cave. The further she went, the lower the ceiling got. Eventually, she had to bend down to keep going. Charlie reached the back and pushed against the wall of the cave. Lou had followed her, staying a couple of feet back. He too examined the ceiling of the cave, running his fingers along the bumpy rocks. Just then, a more audible "Hello!" came from their right. Both of their heads turned in that direction. Then they looked at each other. "I heard that," Lou yelled. Then he realized he didn't need to yell to be heard at the back of the cave. "It came from over here," Charlie said as she walked like a crab toward the sound and the center of the cave where she could stand up. They walked past the waterfall, looking up and back and around, assuming they would see who or where the sound had come from, but they didn't. "Hello!" They heard it really well that time. Charlie's heart started pounding fast. She recognized the voice. "Father?" "Charlie!" Father yelled back. "It sounds like he's back here." Lou yelled over the water sounds while pointing toward the back of the cave. They bent down to avoid the ceiling while making their way further back. Enough light came in so that they could see everything in the cave decently, but there wasn't much room left. They could see end to end, and everything was black rock. There were no fathers in sight. "Charlie!" Father called out again. Lou turned to her. "It sounds like he's behind the cave." "But how?" Just then, Lou stepped on loose rock and it threw him off balance. Until then, the ground they had walked on was solid, but the rock on the ground at this part of the cave was loose. Charlie realized that what seemed to be the back wall of the cave was actually a mound of the same kind of rock. But unlike the wall, these rocks were movable. The mound reached as high or higher than the solid wall, as if the rock had fallen from above the cave. But they weren't sure because they couldn't see where it was coming from. Charlie grabbed rocks 2 at a time and threw them behind her. "This isn't a wall. These are loose rocks," she said as she threw them. Then she yelled, "Father!" Father yelled back, "Charlie!" Charlie turned to Lou with the biggest smile. "He's behind these rocks." Lou grinned and started throwing rocks too. Charlie yelled, "Father, we're going to get you out." Father yelled back, "Be careful. Rocks are coming from above us." Charlie had no care to be careful. She had found her father. He was alive, and she was going to take care of him for a change. Charlie and Lou were both moving fast, but some of the rocks were so large it took them both to roll them out of the way. As they worked, some started falling from above. Charlie noticed the few falling rocks, but it wasn't enough to make her want to stop. Lou stood up when he spotted a basketball-sized rock rolling fast toward Charlie. She was too focused on saving Father to notice. Lou wrapped his arms around her and pulled her out of the way. They both watched the large rock roll its way out of the cave and disappear into the waterfall. "Thanks," Charlie said, and went right back to throwing rocks. Lou walked up the mound a little bit to reach the highest rocks he could. His foot slipped, bringing him to his knees. He landed hard, with a sharp rock cutting into his shin. His body landed on the mound of rocks, which caused many of the higher-up rocks to avalanche down, covering Lou's legs. Charlie hopped to her feet and grabbed his hand, dragging him out from under the rocks and away from the ones that were still falling. She stood up and hit her head on the ceiling, which caused her to squat down and grab the back of her head. She looked at her hand to see if there was blood. There wasn't, but it hurt like there was. Father yelled out, "Charlie, I can see you. Stay back a ways. I'm going to try and push some of these rocks out now." He slowly but surely pushed a boulder half his size forward, and it rolled a couple of feet down the mound of smaller rocks. Father was only able to push the boulder in his weakened state because it rested on loose rocks. As it rolled, Father turned back toward the wall where he had been trapped and covered his head with his arms as a bunch of smaller rocks fell toward him. After they stopped falling, Father was able to crawl out and down the rest of the rock mound. He stumbled as he got to his feet. More rocks started falling behind him. He looked at Charlie, who was a few feet in front of him. She smiled. He smiled. As more rocks fell and rolled toward them, he yelled, "Run! Get out of the cave!" Charlie and Lou ran, and Father was right behind them. They could hear more rock crashing, but they were all safe outside of the cave. Father picked Charlie up and spun her around. "I missed you so much." All of a sudden, he felt a bit dizzy, and at the same time realized how weak his legs were from not moving much while being trapped. He carefully set her down and then stumbled to the ground. "Are you okay?" Enjoy asked. "Yeah, I just don't think my legs are ready for walking yet. I need to take baby steps." Father closed his eyes and put his hands over his face. "It's so bright out here." He opened them again, glanced over at Lou, and asked, "Who's this?" Charlie gestured to Lou proudly. "This is my new friend, Lou. I found him in the forest, and he came along while I searched for you." She took her backpack off and started looking in it until she found water and handed it to Father. "Thank you, Charlie." Father drank the water a bit too fast, coughed, then said, "Hello, Lou." "Hello, sir. It's nice to meet you, but I actually have to get going." Charlie whipped her head to face Lou. "What? No." "Yeah. I better get home before my mum notices I'm gone. Get your dad home safe, okay? Maybe I'll see you again in the future." Father was worried about this boy travelling alone. "We can help you get home." "Oh, really? It's fine. I better get going." Charlie threw her arms around Lou and squeezed a little too hard. "Maybe I'll see you soon." He squeezed back. "You will." Charlie's eyes widened with hope. Because she had assumed she wouldn't see him again after finding Father. They held each other for a moment. Then Lou said, "Charlie?" "Yeah, Lou?" "I think you have to let go." "Okay," Charlie said, while not letting go. "I miss you." Lou thought about saying, "You can't miss me yet. I'm still here." But instead, he told her the truth. "I miss you too." When Charlie eventually let go, Lou walked toward the rope. As he passed behind the waterfall, he lifted his arms in the air to feel the mist again, and then he was out of Charlie's sight. She was sad to see him go, but she was extremely happy to have Father back. Father tried to climb the rope, but was far too weak. Charlie gave him what was left of the cinnamon apple bread, and they both shared the last of her water and started a fire to boil more water. While they waited, Father went for a swim in the shallow water at the bottom of the waterfall. Charlie found some berries and brought some back to him. "Thank you, Charlie. These are good. I feel so weak after not eating for days." "Oh yeah, what happened? How did you get stuck in that cave?" "Well, I was hiking, and it just felt like a good day to go far and to find something I had never seen before. I knew you were fine with grandmother and grandfather, and after 10 miles I found this place." He gestured with his arms to the canyon. "I had to get a closer look, especially behind the waterfall." Charlie nodded in agreement. "I still had a couple of hours of sunlight, so I explored the cave, went for a swim, and stood directly under the waterfall, which kinda hurts, by the way." He looked in Charlie's eyes and said, "I don't recommend it." She smiled a "just try and stop me" smile. Father shook his head and continued. "And then I noticed something shiny in the far back of the cave. So, of course, I had to check it out. I went to the back of the cave, and it was there, shining so bright. The rest of the cave was black rock, and I picked up the only shiny one. I think it was sunstone." Charlie got excited because she was familiar with sunstone. "I planned on bringing it home to you." Charlie smiled at that. "Then I felt a rock hit my shoulder. I looked up and I couldn't see anything. I heard a loud crashing noise, so I jumped out of the way and put my body as flat against the wall as I could. Rocks were crashing down from above me, so I covered my head with my arms and tried to stand still." Charlie was trying not to let her concern show during this part of the story. "After the noise stopped, I felt around and was surrounded by rocks. A wall of rocks all the way up. The rock behind me was solid, but the rock that surrounded me fell from up above and formed a wall of sorts. I had a little room to move around, maybe 5 feet or so in either direction. I carefully walked up to the newly formed wall of the fallen rock that blocked me in, and I pushed, and those rocks moved out and fell forward, but more came from up above and took their place." Father stopped talking suddenly. Charlie looked up at him expectantly, waited a second, then held both her hands up and said, "What happened next?" "Sorry, I felt like I was telling the story for so long that you might have gotten bored." Charlie shook her head. He smiled. "Okay, where was I? I just kept trying to push out different parts of the rocks that surrounded me, and that kept making more rocks fall. Eventually there was so much rock that nothing I tried worked. The rocks just weren't budging. I figured my best odds were to not accidentally cause them to come any closer, and hope someone would find me. I wouldn't have guessed it would be you, but I'm happy it was." Father smiled and pulled her in for a big hug. "I can't believe Grandmother let you come out here by yourself." I didn't tell them. I snuck out, but I left a note." Father looked shocked. Then he looked proud. "Thanks for finding me, kiddo. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't." Something occurred to him. "Wait, is Mother home? I lost track of the days in there." Charlie looked at the sky and mathed in her head. "I think she gets home today." "We better get home before she does. We don't want to worry her." "Are you feeling strong enough?" Father stood up, testing his leg strength. "Yeah, I think I'm feeling a lot better." By now, their water had come to a boil. They took it off the fire and went for a short walk while it cooled down. They drank and filled their canteens and started climbing up the knotted rope. After a few failed attempts, they made it to the top and sat on the ledge with their legs hanging over the side, feeling accomplished. Looking out over the canyon, Father admired the beauty of the moss covering the trees and hanging from their branches like cobwebs, and the way the sun hit the leaves, betraying their once hidden veins. Charlie was also admiring the canyon and imagining herself and Lou swinging like monkeys from thick bramble vines that were growing up and over and in between the massive trees. They would swing, then jump to another vine, swing and repeat, skillfully avoiding the large thorns coming out of the vines, while trying to outrun the purple gumpus that was on their trail. "This place is amazing," she said. "It sure is." Father looked at both pairs of legs dangling over the side of the canyon. "I think sometimes we might be a little too dangerous, kiddo." Maybe. You think your time in the cave was dangerous? Wait till you hear what happened to me yesterday. Father turned and looked at Charlie, unsure about how seriously he should take her. "What happened to you?" "I'm saving that story for the walk home." 2:30 p.m. On their hike home, the first story Charlie told Father was about the brown bear and how close it got to her. Father had a hard time figuring out how to feel. He was shocked and upset. Ever since Charlie was born, Father felt like his number one job in life was to keep her alive. Sure, he let her do dangerous things like climb trees and hike barefoot. But hearing this story, knowing she could easily have died, filled him with immense sadness. It made him feel like a failure. Yes, some of his bear advice seemed to have helped out, but that wasn't good enough. He never thought she'd ever have to use that advice. Father could tell that Charlie was excited about the adventure she had, and he didn't want her to know how worried he was about future outings. So he replied with a simple truth. "That sounds terrifying." "Oh, it was. But once it was over and I was done being scared, it just feels exciting to think back on it." Father smiled. "It does sound exciting." Then his face got a bit more serious as he continued. "But it's also not a risk worth taking if we can avoid it in the future. I think I'll get some bear spray for each of us, just in case we ever need it." "What's bear spray?" "It's a little can of spray with a scent that makes bears run away." Charlie's jaw dropped and she stopped walking. "What? That's a thing?" He laughed. "Yes. I've never used it myself, but I know of it." "Why do we not have that already?" "I'm starting to wonder the same thing. I guess I never thought we would need it." Charlie started walking again. "I wonder what it's made from." Father smiled at her endless curiosity. "Let's find out when we get home." Just as he was starting to relax from hearing about Charlie's bear encounter, she said, "Okay, are you ready for the scary story from my journey?" "There's more?" Father asked unbelievingly. "Oh yeah, the bear was nothing compared to the river," Charlie exclaimed. "The river? What happened in the river?" Charlie told him all about how she almost drowned in the river. Father was saddened by this story as well, but kept most of his feelings about it to himself. "That's it. I put off swimming lessons for far too long. I'm going to find someone to give you a swimming lesson within the week." "I like that idea." Charlie smiled. Then she remembered. "Although Lou said he would teach me how to swim." "Who is this Lou? Does he live near us?" Charlie wondered if Father would believe her that she was certain Lou was her 10-year-old grandfather who time-travelled from the past. Then she wondered if maybe she was wrong about that. With all that in mind, Charlie answered, "Just a boy I ran into in the woods." Father scratched his chin. "Well, I'm glad he was there to pull you out of the water." Charlie smiled. "Me too." Father nodded. "And I'm sure he's glad you know a lot about bears." "Yeah." "Hey, I almost forgot." Father reached in his pocket and pulled out the sunstone. Charlie's eyes got big. As he put the stone in her hand, she grinned. "I love it!" 3 p.m. We ate huckleberries and salmonberries. Lou didn't like the salmonberries, but he let me talk him into trying them. And we ate blackberries, lots of blackberries. That's when we ran into the bear. 3:30 p.m. And it was so hot, and Lou had pants on, but then he used his knife to turn his pants into shorts. And that's when I noticed he was wearing cowboy boots, and he called his boots shoes. I liked his shoes. 4 p.m. And I woke up and Lou wasn't there. I was freaking out, thinking maybe I had made him up. But then I found him in a tree, and we raced down the tree, and I won the race. 4:30 p.m. And Lou had a jar of hazelnuts, although he didn't tell me he had them the first day, and then I ate a bunch. Too many at first. I should have started with less. Then we found a can with a treasure map, except it didn't have a treasure map. 5 p.m. And I wanted to help the bird at first, but we couldn't. I was going to put it out of its misery, but Lou ended up doing it. I was really sad about it for a while, but I've thought about it a lot, and I know that it was for the best. Oh, and Lou taught me how to sword fight. We had sticks, not swords, but we did have a sword fight. 5:30 p.m. And we climbed down the rope and found you. And now here we are, walking home. Father smiled. Charlie was startled by a strange sound. "Do you hear that?" They stopped walking. He looked around. "What is that?" Father asked himself, quietly, while looking down for the sound's direction. "I can't tell where it's coming from." As the sound got louder, Charlie took a step closer to Father. "Something is running. Toward us. It sounds big. Bears are big." There were too many trees between them and the loud noise to see what it was. Father stretched his arm out and guided Charlie behind him. "Let's cross the river." Before she could respond, Father, not wanting to waste any time, grabbed her hand and led her into the river. The first few steps weren't deep, but then there was a drop-off, bringing the water to her waist. Charlie was a couple of feet behind, still holding his hand. The current was pushing her off balance, and the water was to her neck. The sound that kept getting louder came to a stop. Charlie looked up and saw Scott the horse thundering toward them. There was something on his back. "Mother!" Charlie cried out. Father spun around, and when he saw Mother, relief lit up his face. Mother was on the back of Scott the horse, who came to a stop, and she jumped off him. Mother was barefoot, and the rocks leading up to the river were digging into her feet, which would have hurt pretty badly on a typical day, but not today. She ran for Charlie, and Charlie ran toward her, although the water was slowing her down. Mother scooped Charlie up and held her tightly against her chest as she walked her out of the river. When Father got out of the water, he wrapped his arms around them both. They were still a long walk away from their house, but at that moment, with that hug, Charlie was home. "Mother?" "Yes, dear. I just wanted to point out that you don't have any shoes on, and you're in the forest." Charlie's smile widened. "That can be dangerous for your feet." Mother smiled and shook her head. "There are exceptions, including when you get home to find out that your daughter and husband are missing in the forest and you're given this information while barefoot." She gave Charlie a squeeze before jumping back up on Scott the horse. They walked alongside Father and Charlie as they all made their way home. Father told Mother all about how he got stuck behind the waterfall from the cave-in. Then Charlie told Mother all about her search for Father, leaving out the scary details that she thought Mother couldn't handle. When they reached the three-headed tree, Charlie stopped to stare up at its magnificence. Father whispered something to Mother, and she whispered something back. Then he said, "Charlie, we think you're ready to explore past the three-headed tree by yourself now. We'll figure out how far tomorrow." Charlie smiled and threw her arms around him. "Thank you, Father. Thank you, Mother," she said in a whisper. After reaching the orchard, Mother hopped off Scott the horse and kissed him on the nose, then continued the rest of the way by foot. Charlie was tired, ready to be done walking, and definitely ready for bed. Yet, at the same time, she felt sad about her wonderful journey coming to an end. Charlie's legs were tired, but when she saw Grandmother in the garden, she ran and hugged her, almost knocking her over. When Father reached them, Grandmother held him tightly and said, "Don't scare me like that again." Charlie saw Grandfather sitting on the porch swing and ran to him, yelling, "Hello, Grandfather." "Hello, Charlie." Charlie cupped Grandfather's cheeks with her hands and leaned in for a better look. She smoothed his wrinkles out, trying to see if there was a loo in there. "What you looking at?" Grandfather asked with a chuckle. Charlie turned her head side to side and moved his head side to side as well. "Not sure," she said, peering closely. Enough time had gone by since she had seen Lou in the canyon that she was starting to question, again, the likelihood that he was Grandfather. But it didn't matter. Even if he wasn't Grandfather, and even though they had spent less than 2 days together, Charlie knew something. Something new. She knew that she loved Lou. She missed Lou. She couldn't bear the thought that she might not ever see him again. Her mind was flooded with ideas. She imagined Lou randomly showing up at her house someday soon. She imagined that if he didn't show up soon, she would go searching for him, going from town to town, knocking on door after door, trying to find him. She imagined looking for clues, maybe trails of blackberries, checking every river and lake, checking the tops of every tree. The idea of her maybe not seeing him again, not feeling that good feeling she felt around him, made sadness spread across her face. "You doing okay?" Grandfather asked. Charlie was staring past him. She let go of his face, shrugged, smiled, and said, "Yeah, I'm fine." She sat down beside him on the porch swing and grabbed his hand. And with her finger, she started drawing a picture on his palm. Being able to play one of her favorite games with one of her favorite people started to fill the Lou-shaped hole that Charlie felt in her heart. "Well?" Grandfather asked. She looked up at him. "Well, what?" "Well, are you going to tell me about your adventure? My memory isn't what it once was." You have been listening to Charlie and the Missing Father, written by Carson Hughes and read by Rijen Laine. Copyright 2026 by Carson Hughes. Thank you so much for listening. If you've enjoyed this book, please consider leaving a rating and review. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank some people who made this book what it is. First, to Houston K. Hughes, my brother, my editor. who read countless drafts and spent endless hours helping me shape this book into what it became. And to Misty Hughes, my friend, my partner, my wife, for all the vital notes and putting up with me while I wrote this. To Heather Sherman, for being such a lovely reader and recording multiple drafts so I could hear how my words flow. You have impacted this book deeply. Thanks for the shoes. To Jennifer Y. Levi Peck, for all the time spent helping me find my flaws. I've learned a lot from you. This book is all the better for you taking part. To Randall and Ryan and Elizabeth Puckett, for all the thorough notes and ideas that shaped this book. To Charlie, Mother, Tabitha, Christina, Aunt Julie, Meggerty Eggerty, Sarah and Catherine, for reading and feedback and all the kind words. To Rijen Laine, for bringing a new life to this book with your wonderful voice. To Jenna Myers for the lovely art.